Greetings everyone, welcome to the stream, nice to see you here. You hear me now, right? I forgot to I already changed the screen and forgot to press on go live, which is very strange and unfortunate, chat. That is, I always started talking to people. I'm so tired. RS Aurelian wrote, oh man, that's very unfortunate that in YouTube you have to click on go live. I just thought start the stream and everything is okay. Well, good for the people on Twitch, they heard the last section, which we have kind of to repeat now. But yeah, sorry for that, chat. I'm really sorry. Simply because, yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. This here, that's very unfortunate, chat. I didn't notice that I didn't press on go live, and then YouTube is, of course, not knowing that I want to stream. We just stream is just running for 30 seconds. Okay, sorry for that, chat. Really sorry. I already talked for like, I don't know how many minutes. Something like 5 or so. Well, happens the best. It just started for me. Awesome that you're here, Joe. Welcome, Matt Coles and RS Aurelian, Stanley. And, oh, can't read that. Alexi or something like that. Something like that. Greetings as well. It's really unfortunate. Yeah, I'm so tired. I'm also very, very tired, I have to say. I just was in a stream of the German Tolkien Society, and we discussed the first 2 episodes of Rings of Power. And so now we stopped earlier than I thought. So I thought, okay, I can now do my stream here and go through episode 3, which is what we will do today. We will go through Rings of Power, or The Lord of the Rings of Power, Season 2, Episode 3. We already analyzed Episode 1 and 2, so now we have the full range of information. So basically no spoilers. We might this time also come at the end to some predictions for Episode 4, a future episode. I have some ideas here and there, what we might see. This episode now brings us to a new story arc, which is the one in the south of Middle-earth, where Isildur is in Pelargir, as he will arrive there. And also he meets some people, Arondir, Theo are there. We learn what happened to Bronwyn. That is the stuff we will discuss today. We have a little bit in Eregion there as well again. Actually quite a few scenes. Will be interesting. So apparently there is a thing like binge analyzing. Yeah, it really feels like it. Like it really feels. Oh, Chris, did you just analyze for 4 hours in another stream? Yeah, I did. I'm now back here. So yeah, this marathon starts now. It's really unfortunate that I forgot to press on go live. It was the one thing I did not do. Can't believe that, chat. I'm a bit sad. Sorry for those people who waited and nothing happened. But whatever. I hope now everything works and you can see an image and hear me. And I've seen also the 3rd episode. So of course, as you can imagine, I prepared it. Spoiler warning for episode 3. So if you don't have seen episode 3 yet, then, well, that would be unfortunate. We have to a little bit look into how we do the beginning of the show, because I would start with Isildur's arc. What a dumb show. I would say, I was not the hugest fan of Season 1, to be honest. Especially the last episode I didn't like. Season 2 seems to improve, but if you don't like the concept and the fan fiction department of Rings of Power, then yeah, you potentially won't like the show anyway. But it gets, like the first season got, in my opinion, far more negative comments than this season so far. It might be that the people are just tired of it and just don't complain as much about some of the problems of the show. Also, people also complained about other stuff here in the show that was also kind of, I wouldn't say a problem, but I don't know. I feel like the reception is not as negative as it was in season 1, especially in the more hardcore Tolkien fandom. And I think season 2 improved a few things. If that is enough, that people have to decide on their own, I think. I was, for the most part, positively surprised, even though there's still some stuff in the show where I would say, well, I'm not sure about that, but... And also, like, there is some... Depending on how they decided to portray or to structure and write season 1 of Rings of Power, they kind of have now to stick with it. They can't change everything. So we know that a few things make very little sense, and they have to change this. I could also imagine, as you say, Etienne, I think many viewers have just moved out, but really feel astonished as how many characters are just there for the sake of it. Half of them could be removed. I mean, it depends a bit on where the plot will lead to. That is definitely important. Like, we don't know yet where it will lead. That's kind of the thing. I mean, you could talk about, I don't know, the Half-Foots, Isildur, and so on. We will see where we are in 5 seasons. You need some time to introduce characters, send them on some kind of adventure, and so on. I don't know. My problem is more, I wouldn't even say there are too many characters in the show. They are just, at times, not written well, not placed well. I feel like, for example, to portray how Tolkien wrote the creation of the Rings of Power, you would need far more characters in, for example, Eregion. And that is something they decided to not do. I don't know why. Like, it would make sense because the Rings of Power are kind of stay in Eregion and are made for the people in Eregion. So the Gwais y Myrdain, the Guild of the Ringsmiths, under Celebrimbor, that is where these rings belong to. And for that, Amazon would have needed in season 1 already to establish enough characters to get 19 rings there, which they did not do. At least some characters, but in the show just Celebrimbor lives there, so it's very, very empty in this place. And I feel like they just then lost a bit of focus when they started with all this Southlands nonsense and the Half-Foots and whatnot. Like, as a result, the show feels a bit like they don't have enough focus. Now, also the pacing, in my opinion, suffered quite a bit from this in the show, because we're so busy with setups and explaining everything that they forgot to tell a story. That's, I think, a big problem that season 1 has. And now in season 2, things become a bit better, in my opinion. Because also now in the episodes, it seems they only show you 3 story arcs at most in an episode. And I think that's a good decision, even though the transitions between these story arcs or locations, or whatever you want to call them, viewing points, are sometimes very abrupt and sudden. But often I feel like it works better for the pacing, but it could be more elegant when they make a transition between these different locations. But there's still a bit of teleporting here and there. But stuff got a bit better here, I felt, overall, in season 2 so far. Who knows how it ends, how we will talk about the show. Like, I wasn't a huge fan of, like I said, of season 1 anyway, but the last episode of season 1 changed a lot for me. Like, even though it was a strong episode, just from a perspective of looking at how the episode was composed, but content-wise, story, from what they tell me there, especially in context of, if you know the book lore and so on, it was a catastrophe for me. That really was an episode that really broke me heavily. Like, I was sitting there speechless after this episode. Couldn't believe that they would do something like that. But yeah, also I don't want to ignore Joe here too long. I was surprised they eliminated Bronwyn, so spoiler for episode 3. Seems strange to begin an elf-human relationship only to end it so quickly. Yeah, the actress of the show stopped acting. So she did not just leave the show. She just put her acting career to rest, to do something else. I think she is now in some organization that where she's an activist or something like this for some cause, and as a result, she's not available for acting anymore, and that is why they either had to recast her, and they decided, well, her story is maybe interesting and nice, but not nice enough to recast her, so we just change our plans a bit, and then remove Bronwyn from the show. I liked the actress. I like the actors. I like pretty much all of them in the show, which I think a good thing. I think some do a phenomenal job, especially the actor of Elrond is fantastic in my opinion. But yeah, even in 5 seasons, they won't manage to correctly set up their characters and story. It is possible. It's less bad than season 1, but at this rate, it would be like 17 seasons for it to get decent. I wouldn't be that negative towards it. I feel like in season 2 they can fix quite a few things, and then maybe things become better. Like in season 1, there was one section where I would even say it was decent, and that was Disa, Durin, Prince Durin, and King Durin, and Elrond. That was the best part of season 1 in my opinion. And the reason was, it was just characters interacting and a little story developed out of this. And this kind of worked very well. And studio turns it into a soap opera. It might happen, to be fair, but I think in contrast, it worked pretty well there in season 1 already. And as a result, I can imagine that it might continue to work, and that they can connect to this, especially now that they have the setup mostly done. There's a little bit of setup left they have to do in the in Hrun, so the story with Stranger, Nori, and Poppy, and there they have to explain how they're still moving the characters there. I have the bad feeling a bit that they're focused too much on this. Who is the stranger? Could it be Gandalf? On this mystery box approach, that the story suffers too much from it. My opinion, they could have been just there. Everything could be just much further in the show, I think, and become, as a result, more interesting. Studio turns it into a soap opera is a good thing. Not a good thing, but it's a good comment on, yeah, that's kind of what the show seems to do at times. But yeah, okay, so let us start, chat, with the stuff here. We start with the Isildur. I forgot how the horse is called, chat. Does somebody remember the name of the horse of Isildur? Because that I can't currently think of. Maybe it's credited, even though it's not. Bedek or something like this. And yeah, it turns out that the horse is also a fantastic actor. Like, it was some serious Berek. Is this a correct spelling as well, Joe? Something like Berek? Okay, I'm also not sure. Mark Wilson, guten Abend. Nice to see you. I saw you were also on the 4-hour stream before, so now you are here at the next thing. Kind of weird switching languages for streams so often this weekend. I can imagine that, yeah. So let me think for a moment or 3. Berek. Now everybody writes in Berek. Okay. Berek. One moment. Let's see house Berek 3. Something like that. Unfortunately, our good old friend Elendil doesn't get what the horse wants from him. Oh no, I have to do this here again. Come on. Windows 11. Okay, found it. I need to order it in a specific way so you can find the screenshot. Screenshot is coming. Here it is. So this we have seen already in the last episode, or in episode 7. Maybe it was in episode 7. I'm not 100% sure. That, like, Isildur's horse rides to the camp and finds the father of Isildur and kind of wants to tell him, well, come with me. Isildur is still here. But he doesn't understand. And then they put him in a stable. He does not want to be there. And then here in this scene, they let Bedek go. And Bedek returns there. So this is kind of a flashback that we get here. And then we see like the tower. Tirharat, I think was the name, right? Tirharat of this village or so that was kind of nearby. Let me just see. Well, we'll take a moment here for me to takes a moment for me to get the groove back into production here at the same time. Might be a bit dark, but yeah, should work. So here in the background we see Mount Doom. Here we see the old watchtower that collapsed where Arondir fought, and then the show also slowly, where on earth is my thing? There. Switches back to the village. And in this village, it looks like this. Sorry for the breaks here sometimes, but I have to name the screenshot every time. And then takes a moment for me. Yeah, he returns to this village, Tirharat, and search for Isildur, but he's not there. But somebody else is there because now our orc friends have taken over and they see a tasty meal. In the form of Bedek, I guess. Who knows? And this guy was already a rope, and they tried to catch Bedek, but a horse like Bedek is not so easily caught. Like I said, one of the best character actors here in the show. They really did a good job. Like this horse scene, that was kind of impressive, I have to admit. The problem will be the scenes that come in the future, because we have some scary scenes. So the beginning, Bedek even manages here to kill one of the orcs by kicking him against, like, with his hooves against a branch sticking out of a tree. So that's that. Also, I have to, sorry for not looking at chat for a moment. Oh, Christian is also back. Welcome. nice to see you here again. Also, we're also on the Tolkien Society stream chat. Dobry is here. Hey there, you all. Yeah, we just kind of started. We're early on in the episode. You did not miss much. Only me messing up, pressing on go live. We had this problem in the past already. If you see the screen changing and you don't hear me, or you can't see it even, right? I didn't press on go live. You just saw the screenshot, right? Strange. Well, sorry for that. If you see still a question come to mind, why wasn't that in season 1? What was not in season 1? Mark, sorry for not reading it in time. Dust of his well-used Middle-earth backpack puts it on the well-trodden boots and strong leather. The journey begins. Yes, it does. Give that horse a race. Yeah, 100%. The horse was amazing. The picture of Celebrimbor and Anatar working together, minor rings. Yeah, because I don't know why. Like, I would love to answer you the question, but I don't understand why they were not introducing Anatar earlier or in this season, and then they start learning with the minor or the lesser rings, and then go to the other rings from there, and then as a magnum opus in secret. Why not stick to what Tolkien wrote there? I don't understand it. They were too busy doing a lot of other weird stuff in season 1, I guess. In German we would say, sie haben sich verrannt. They just took the wrong exit or something, I don't know. They just were too busy with other stuff and then forgot what is the most important thing to focus on, and now they have to kind of correct it. My main point was, the picture in itself looks actually good. You mean, I have it also available somewhere, chat. We skip a bit ahead. This is actually from the end of the episode. This one, you mean? Yeah, it looks really good. Just like I said, the order is wrong. They wrote themselves into a corner. Yeah, kind of. So, as a result, we come back to Bedek. Fantastic horse. Also, I didn't read the other messages, right? So, Joe, overall, Elendil's character seems to be lacking in wisdom. I would expect. He should know the horse mind here without any help. Yeah, potentially, I think. I mean, he's sad that his son just died, so I can see that. Maybe that's not the mind for it, but yeah, I don't know. It's a reminder to Aragorn and Brego? I think it's Brego. Brejo. No, that's also wrong. I don't know after which sound the G becomes a different sound. Hard to tell. My Old English knowledge there lacks a little bit. The G is a complicated sound in Old English. Can pronounce be in so many different ways. In the extended edition of the Turtles, yeah, fully. I prefer English anyway because that's the language I read Tolkien in. Yeah, makes sense, I guess, but not everybody. Being a guest in another stream is much easier, right, Chris? Yeah. Having said that, just being a watcher, writing in the chat from time to time is even easier still. That is true. Especially Tobias in the other stream prepares the screenshots, which I don't do. So I have to do this. I go through my recorded footage of the show and just make the screenshots really quick. Yeah, the act of being pulled by a horse. Do we see a sharp shot? I think that's the sharpest I can find. The orc who has the rope put around our good old friend Bedek. Let me see, chat. The orc that pulls this gets pulled by him, and he has an accident with a root. Yeah, my streams are always kind of chaotic, I know. And then he escapes. But the orc says to the other dude, he goes into... That I found very strange, by the way. But we don't know how much time has passed since then, but in my opinion it can't be that much time, to be honest. I call it Orcs Stop Chasing Bedek. And in the... Let me just get the quote from the actual episode here. He says, no, it's getting away, after it, and then, no, let him go. That says the Black Forest. Nothing comes out of there alive, he says. And that I find very weird. You know why I find this weird? Because in episode 6, this volcano exploded. Before this was in the village of the Southlands. So either this Southland village black stuff has existed before, but it never found mention by these people. Like, oh, this super dangerous black forest is right next to the village. Never go there. That is nothing we ever heard in season 1. It just now comes out of nowhere. And before that, it was more friendly there. You know what I mean? Even though there were orcs around and so on, but it seems you would be able to live in the Southland. It was green. There were maybe some forest for sure. But why does, like, Isildur can't be, like, the events where Isildur gets trapped in one of these houses and people think he's dead. We still haven't learned, by the way, how he got out of the house or anything. This can't be that long ago that this happened. Like, at most a week or something. Else he would have been eaten by what comes next in the meantime or so. Like, it makes no sense from my perspective. The show doesn't really explain how much time now has passed in the meantime. Considering that he went to Elendil doesn't get it, and then he returns to Mordor, and he's searching here. He just arrived at the village. Like, how many days could have passed? Maybe 2 or 3 at most. Maybe a week at most. And in the meantime, a complete new place established that there has a name. It's Black Forest. For centuries, people get missing there. Never heard of this. This is one of the things. Orc says, looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. Wanting the horse for food. Yeah. That was a missed opportunity by the show. In the books, weren't Elendil and his people kind of exiled to Andúnie, their territory, and had no part in time leading up the fall of Númenor other than preparing the escape? Yes, but the book is very different. Like, Númenor, in the book, we're talking about centuries and so on, or millennia, kind of. And in the show, they just stuff everything possible in, like, I don't know, that Sauron takes Mordor as his realm happens like 400 to 800 in the Second Age, I think. Actually, he starts building Barad-dûr 1200 already, if I remember correctly, and finishes 1600 when the rings are forged. So they compress a time span of almost, let's say, 800-900 years, maybe 1000 years, into a couple of months or something, or a few weeks. I don't know how much time has went on in the show. So yeah, this kind of doesn't work. Blackberry on the YouTube, the Twitch chat says, the orcs are the best looking thing in the show. I have to agree, like, the orcs look absolutely fantastic in the show. The people made such a good job there, I have to admit, and they really already look good in season 1 for the most part, I felt. But now here in this season, the orcs look good. There was a lot of complaints about the costumes, that stuff was 3D printed or painted. They might use also still 3D printing techniques to mass produce stuff. But look at the chain vest of the orc here to the left. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Like, a lot of detail, some people put a lot of work into this particular shot there, and that is of course highly appreciated. Oh, Psy, nice to see you here as well. Shout out to Psy, also an Elden Ring challenge runner, does level 1 stuff. So we share the same suffering when we play Elden Ring. But nice, I'm happy that you also like Lord of the Rings stuff, so nice to see you here. Let me just drink something. I also forgot to renew my bottle. There will be a lot of talking, so I need some water. But yeah, might make a break in half an hour or something to get, so just I can get a new bottle. But it doesn't matter right now for us. Yeah, Elendil shouldn't appear at all until the fall. That's a good point. Also, the amazing Bad Boys here. Welcome, nice to see you. I really enjoyed the barrack sequence. Yeah, the horse is just a fantastic actor, as it turns out. It was really nice to see. Still, does anybody not find it strange that the orcs say, yeah, that's the Black Forest? You just conquered the village, like, let's say 10 days ago or something. How do you know that's the Black Forest and people go missing there? Like, where did this law establish itself for this place to be called like this? I don't fully get this. I mean, you could say, yeah, they are locals from this area, but since it's so close to the village, I find this a bit strange that they say this. This was the first thing I noticed. This is, again, like from a writing perspective. If this would be not season 2, in season 1, okay, they just throw us here at the place and drop some name, no problem. Yeah, feel free to drop into the YouTube. I can post you the link in the Twitch chat if you don't want to search for it. Just a moment. So yeah, if you prefer YouTube, you can also watch on Twitch. I don't mind. The problem is I've reached chats and I'm not allowed. I think if I multi-platform stream. Oh, you're subscribed. No, RoP is awesome. We can also post it on the German channel if people are interested there as well. So, yeah, and the people on YouTube, you already have the link, I guess. But I find this a bit strange that 10 days ago, there was no mention of the Black Forest. Something like this, maybe there was a mention of it and I forgot about it, but it does not really feel like this is like an established place. And it feels like it falls out of nowhere again. And in season 1, if you start a show or so, I can understand that at the beginning, some things have to just be there without explaining them or every detail in too much. But I think this kind of, from a writing perspective, would make sense to not just have to just establish it over season 1. Especially in season 1, they spend so much time on exposition and placing and moving characters around and setting things up. And now they just drop a name. This I found like a little negative point, but maybe that's just me being very pedantic when it comes to this. Let us talk about the fantastic horse actor. Try to find a good screenshot. Now that's already the transition. Yeah, I don't get a better shot. Berek. Where's my OBS? That's not where my OBS is. Here it is. Always takes a moment here to get all this stuff done. So Berek now rides into the so-called Black Forest, as the orcs just mentioned. Tolkien would have come with a cooler name for the forest, or just translate Black Forest into into like a Elvish word or something like this. I mean, to be fair, sometimes Tolkien's names are also, I love them, but they are also they're not always the most creative. Like Círdan means shipwright, and they call him Círdan the shipwright. So shipwright the shipwright. Or Barad-dûr means dark tower translated. It sounds pretty cool and awesome, but it kind of describes what it is. It's a dark tower. Yeah, definitely some Brego vibes. Sash also liked the horse top performance, yeah, for sure. Yeah, to be fair, the Peter Jackson films also stole a few ideas from the Bakshi films before. It's an adaptation anyway, so they have to be inspired by the books and so on, so whatever. However, now we come to the horse, and the horse, Sherlock Horse, finds like, it's really awesome, to be honest. Like, kind of impressive that the horse scenes are worked so well. So the horse rides through the Black Forest and finds a little shoe, glove or whatever that is. I'm not sure what part of his armor, I would assume, from Isildur. Knows, okay, Isildur is there. And I like how they filmed this. Like, this is, in my opinion, pretty cool. He kind of uses his hooves a bit to set this free. You have to see it in motion. It's maybe not that impressive, but I love the cut. The horse just pulls up his head. I have to see it kind of in motion, but you have seen the episodes anyway. Don't want to go in too much detail here. We skip a bit through the cave in a moment. But yeah, I kind of like this transition here. You know what I mean? Like, finds a proof. Oh, I know that. And then cut close up to the horse face. I really like that. That's pretty cool, in my opinion. Love the scene. Horse plays it very well. And then there is the cave in the Black Forest. I mean, the dark forest, then this is the dark cave, I assume. I'm not sure if that's a good name for it, but I could imagine this is a dark cave. So for the dark cave, for everybody who has arachnophobia, there are spiders in it. I can't guarantee that I managed to show you the scenes from the cave without showing you spiders. I try to avoid this, to be fair, because I know some people can't watch even this scene. Like in the last, when we discussed a bit the show, somebody wrote in chat, I had to close my eyes. I couldn't even watch this scene. So that's pretty hard for some people for sure. Just want to hint at that if you watch to this point and think, okay, what's going to happen next? I don't know. Well, spider warning from here. Sherlock Horse, funny. The game, so not bad, Joe. I like it. Is this a famous horse in lore? Not really. Berek, we don't know. We just know because Isidore mentioned the horse and also in interviews. But the most famous horses in lore would be, of course, something like Shadowfax, the horse of is it Snowmane, the horse of Theoden? Bill, the pony, of course, famous horse. So there are definitely horses here. Yeah, Snowmane is a horse. Nice, I remembered the name correctly. And then there is, like, in the... Brego is the second king of Rohan, actually. And that is his... Well, the third, I'm not sure. Is it the son of Eorl or the grandson? It's the son of Eorl. The first king of Rohan is Brego. So that's potentially the reference for it, I guess. The horse of Aragorn. Does somebody remember Asphalos, the horse of Gil-galad? Shadowfax I mentioned. What is the name of Aragorn's horse in the book? Hasufel or something like this? Hasofel, okay. Got it. And Arod. Arod was the other name. Yeah, yeah. There was also another horse, right? Yeah. Tolkien Gateway says below, before Aragorn was brought on his own horse, Rohirrim. Not sure where the name comes from, if I'm honest. But since if it's its own horse, it should be a Sindari name. I'm not sure where the stress is. Etymology: Numenorean Sindari name softed from the pure Sindarin. Rohirrim is the Sindari name, and they softened it to Rohirrim. I'm not sure where the stress is in the word. Rohirrim. I think the first syllable. I don't see a reason why it should be moved. Interesting. Yeah, that was the first horse of Aragorn. There's it later has then switches to the horse after the Battle of the Hornburg, to Hasofel. You know, in the film, Asphalos is Arwen's horse, but in the books, Arwen is like the films replaced Glorfindel, who is saving Frodo on his horse. Though he basically only the horse saves Frodo, Glorfindel stays actually back while Arwen rides with him. But Arwen takes the role of Glorfindel in the books. And yeah, you just said. And the horse Asphalos is a horse of. They kept the name of the horse. She says, I don't know, Norolim Asphalos, something like this in the film. And then it's clear it's a horse of good old Glorfindel. This decision was, I think, by a lot of people, especially who like Glorfindel. Yeah, Frodo rides itself in the books. Exactly, that's what I meant with Glorfindel stays behind. Like, Glorfindel comes with his horse, Frodo gets a horse, and Frodo rides alone in the direction of Rivendell, while he stays back and follows. And Asphalos brings him to Elrond. But I have to say, I like what Peter Jackson did there with to just introduce Arwen a bit more. It makes, in my opinion, quite a bit of sense. Because Arwen is somewhat important for how Aragorn works in the films, so they needed to do this. Orome's horse is, of course, also a good example. That would be Nahar. Sometimes it's really difficult to memorize all those names. For example, I could not tell you, I know it starts with an A, how the chain that Morgoth is chained with at the end of the First Age. Angainor? Something like this. I think the word Ang, which means iron. Yeah, something like this. Anglachel, is wrong. Yeah, Angainor is actually right. But some of these names you talk so rarely about those names that you forget them. Like I have a decent memory, and I know literally several thousands of Tolkien names, but sometimes you mix something up or forget something. It's so easy. It's just simply too many words for that. I've always trouble also to name all 14 of the Valar. That's also something Is Shelob in it? Yeah, again, spider warning. Also, there's something, I forgot something. I wanted to do this at the beginning of the stream. So, little spider warning for the next section. But before we come to the next section, I want to do a jump back to the first section, I think. I'm not sure if I showed this on stream or not yet. Did I talk about this last stream? I can't remember actually. I'm actually not even sure if I could. At the beginning of episode 1, there was something in my analysis I missed. That is shortly before he forms the blob. I'm a bit sad that I don't find the screenshot. That makes me... Angry is a strong word for that, but I just want, for completeness sake, so people can't tell, Chris, you forgot something. I would like to show this. Maybe I didn't make a screenshot share. That would be devastating. I could swear I made the screenshot for that. I did not. Okay, I have to make a screenshot then really quick. So at the beginning, do you remember the beginning scene with the other actor that plays Sauron? After he gets killed by Adar and the orcs, there is this weird cave where the blood drips in, basically the remains of our friend here. Well, friend is maybe the wrong word. And there's this weird cut to black. You know, this is fade to black in this scene with the red and so on. But before the red stuff happens, let me just make the screenshot. I call it that Sauron cave. So I find the screenshot a bit far. Just for completeness sake. So it looked like this. This is the first scene. Then it cuts to black. I'm not sure if I can show you a cut to black, but wait, you don't see it anymore because I'm an idiot, right? Yes, I am. Screw me, chat. How do we do this, chat? So you see this thing cut to black. Maybe I take this screen here. Then yeah, it looks something like this. It fades to black. This I now made in OBS. It's not how it looks in the show, just for completeness sake. And look at the stalagmites and stalactites that you see there. They're very small at this point. And then when it fades back to the image, it's much later, and it looks like this. Maybe we can switch back and forth between the images, because I didn't notice watching this. I just noticed this recently, that there's actually quite a bit of time. In case you don't see, I can brighten up the scene a little bit. Maybe that helps. And I found this very interesting, chat, because this scene is there to explain us how much time has passed. You see the difference here? So it's not like, I'm not sure, maybe somebody of you knows in chat how fast stalagmites and stalactites grow. I assume it's quite a few years that it will take to change this much. You know what I mean? So that's, I think, what the showrunners or the people who edited this wanted to explain to us by this visual effect. That it was not like Sauron died and immediately it took a new form, but it took maybe, I don't know, 20 years, 100 years, 200 years, I don't know, but a longer time. I said last stream in the analysis stream that the strange fade to black, usually if you fade to black when editing, you want to tell the viewer that the time has passed, for example. Or you have a very strong transition or something like this, but often it is used to do time transitions. Make a time lapse instead of, yeah, I 100% agree, because that is like we did the frame by frame analysis and I did not notice this. So it's, in my opinion, there might be some people who notice stuff like this. Sometimes you get if you watch a lot of something, you get blind for maybe details like this after some time. But I feel also that the change is too subtle to really notice, especially if the episode is so dark all the time. Then sometimes some of the details get lost. And yeah, that's, in my opinion, a bit unfortunate. A time lapse, for example, would be a much better solution to really make clear, yeah, now a lot of time just went. Might be the time lapse is, I guess, more expensive to make because then they have to animate the stalactites, or whatever. I don't know. Back to black. Wrong song. 1 cubic centimeter per century. Oh, that is not much. So then we have here definitely like we go to like look how small these things are here, and look how they look here. So that is some centuries for sure. Isn't Back to Black also AC/DC, or do I remember the song wrong? Maybe it's 100,000. It can't, in theory, yes, but it can't be that long. Like from the times, like this was the scene before this. If we go back to our, wait, I could also copy those. No, I can't. Screw me. There it is. We just copy it for episode 1. So I have it in my episode 1 screenshot list. Ordnung muss sein, as it is said by somebody. Means Ada is very old, yeah, that's true. But yeah, from just the beginning of this thing here says, oh, I'm the wrong image now. Episode 1. There is like a screenshot, this one here. It says Dawn of the Second Age. So the very beginning of it, let's say the first 20 years or 100 years or whatever. So, and the 3 rings of power, which are forged already in season 1, are forged 1590 in the Second Age. So let's say this is maybe 1500 years later when the show plays or something. I think the point is more that Sauron was out of order for quite some time. Longer than just 2 weeks or something. Or a few days. It's definitely years, centuries in this direction. I always forgot the name of Feanor's twin same. I know they start with an A. Yeah, Amrod and Amras. Because there's also Aignor and some other A names there you often. But you talk so rarely about them that it's very difficult to memorize. Looks like sepia ramen. Wow. Have to go into videos twice as long. So you don't miss anything, maybe. But no. So chat, I would say we return to where we just were. Spider warning now for real. I show you the cave. This is the dark cave in the dark forest. And in it, oh, I'm with the wrong scene. Screw me. So yeah, the best horse is checking the cave now. And it looks scary. But our friend Berek finds Isildur in cave. So far no spider inside, in the view. Just takes me a moment to switch scenes here. There we have him. And I mean, it's kind of a classic what they doing there a bit. I mean, the spider cave to get like a dense atmosphere and so on is, I guess, relatively easy to make this working. And it seems Isildur is still alive. I have no idea, like, I don't have a good idea of how Isildur survived this, because he was kind of buried under a collapsing house or something like that. How he got there also very hard to tell. And yeah, he is, of course, unfortunately, bound to, I don't know, a stalagmite or something like this, to a rock. And he is covered in spider webs. And when you see spider webs in Lord of the Rings, you know, oh no, spiders. And this story reminded me a bit, I talked about this earlier in the other video. Something's dripping from the top, some black fluid or something. He knows, uh-oh, that's not looking great. I'm not a dwarf, I won't go in there. The creators of Venom should sue Amazon Studios for copyright infringement. Yeah, maybe. Definitely noticeable. Shouldn't Isildur be white and paralyzed? Yeah, maybe. I hate this scene, not for what it is. Looks good, but for what it resembles. It's hard to imagine everything that leads to it and believe it. Yeah, that is a good point. Like, how Isildur got there, we have no idea. The theory would be the orcs found him and said, yeah, this Isildur guy, feed him to the spider in the Black Forest, something like that. Would be one option. Or the spider was praying and pulled him all the way from this village, several hundred, I don't know, a kilometer, I'm not sure how far it is, but quite a bit through this forest, into her cave. Like, this is a classic, like, I don't fully understand. I also don't want to know how he got there, to be honest, but it would be awesome if it would be somewhat plausible, because it doesn't seem plausible. Even if you have giant spiders, I don't think they would carry him so far. Like, spiders usually wait, make a web, and hope somebody gets trapped there. I think that's more the approach of a spider, and just placing the webs very smart is kind of their approach. But dragging Isildur that's such a long distance into a cave and then not eat him, like, why is he still alive? Like, this can't be then this long after the house collapsed. Like, it makes very little sense in my opinion. I think the best theory is really that the orcs, for fun, said, yes, throw in the spider cave, something like that. And then they have, we also see some spiders hatching. Like, I potentially spare you the screenshots of that. But he has like a so-called, there's a spider in the image though, a small one on the head of the orc. I show the orc. Orc next to Isildur in cave, I call the image. And I would say, chat, yeah. So spider warning here. And you would think he's dead, but he moves. That's a cool trick. That's very foreseeable in my opinion as a trick, but it works. You know what I mean? I don't mind this trick. I don't like that Isildur is teleported to the cave, and we don't know why, and it doesn't seem very plausible that he's there, but whatever. We have to kind of accept it, so a little negative point here, but when I saw the orc, I knew, I mean, I think you also already saw it in the trailers, but I would have known this guy will definitely do something. It's a classical device to generate suspense. Like, he's there, he pulls the knife off him, and then an intense scene happens. And yeah, Isildur managed to free himself. Interestingly, also the orc. I don't know how the orc gets free. And there at the top of the cave thing, I think I know how he got free. Like, he tries he grabs the dagger of the orc, and then the orc fights, and the horse kind of kicks against the stones there to help him a little bit. I try to find a good screenshot where you can see what's going on there. I think the best way to do it is here, orc and Isildur fight. Magic, yeah, that's characters in the show teleport here and there. Yeah, that is true. They teleport a lot. So cute. Yes, Chris. It is also AC/DC. I checked. I know it only from Amy Winehouse. Ah, okay. Interestingly, I didn't know Amy Winehouse had a song called that. I just knew it from AC/DC. Yeah, it would be a great setup for a conversation between the Isildur and the orc. Both should really want to escape, but the orc is blended by his rage and attacks him. Yeah, very clever horse. Like, the horse was fantastic in this shot. Like, the horse also does not like to be in the cave. It thinks, oh no, I want to get out of here, but also want to help Isildur. You can definitely see the struggle that the horse has. I think, what am I doing here? I want to get out here. Look at all these spiders. There's even one on the back of the horse. Berek wants to go. And I can't blame him. Where's my OBS? There. I'm not sure why we did discuss this scene, but the horse is just really good in this scene. Yeah, very clever horse for sure. Thinking the spider feeds on the human and not on one of us orcs. Well, he was wrong, because the spider, which we can see, I'm not sure if you do you want a screenshot of Shelob, or shall I leave this out? It's maybe not Shelob, but maybe a small Shelob or so, I don't know. Just notice how orcs go from 100% wild to 100% emotional, compassionate, and thoughtful. Yeah. Shelob spider. So yeah, I won't show you how the spider destroys the head of the orc, just for violence reasons and so on. I'm not sure if YouTube likes stuff like that, so you can watch the episode anyway. Okay, so spider warning. What I assume, I'm not sure if it's Shelob or some of her offspring, but we see the spider here at the top. Very scary, to be honest. And then I'm not sure if that's the spider from the top or not. And then, yeah, the orc is killed. And Isidore thinks, well, I'm not. Maybe Isidore thinks, I think I like the orc more. Where's OBS chat? Yeah, we switch in a moment. Don't worry, chat. So here we have just Isidore without the spider. Spiders are human too. Australians find bigger spiders in their bathtubs. That is potentially true, yes. So do you think that it's Shelob or is it one of her friends? That's the biggest question. What do you call it? Her offspring. Well, the spider jumps on Isidore, he fights with her, he managed though to grab his dagger, hurt a bit the spider retreats, attacks him then again. That's kind of, you know, what in this scene here is. And then, yeah, at the end, Isidore escapes on Bedek. I don't have trouble finding a sharp screenshot, to be honest. No, the last one is sharp. That's the best I can do. Isildur escapes the dark cave and spider. They won't get an award for writing that. And that is for sure they won't, yes. Like if they would get if there would be an award for improving the writing from one season to the next, maybe they would get an award, but who knows? At least a nomination. So yeah, Isidore escapes from the spider. The spider is not happy. Shall we show the spider not being happy at the end one more time, chat? Just the last spider warning. You also see that the spider has kind of lost an eye or something. But it has enough eyes, so it's, I think, not a problem. Yes, type here something as a name. So last spider warning, chat. Then we are done with the spider section. Nice. And there's a welcome to the Twitch chat and so on. For the German viewers, Spinnenwarnung. Here we have our friend, and yeah, then Isildur escapes. Spider's not happy. I look at chat. Young Shelob, probably Shelob. I would also assume it's Shelob because that's the most iconic spider we know. Shelob is still young. You could maybe ask the question: when did Shelob enter Mordor? Shelob was longer in Mordor than Sauron was, so she went there pretty early on. Try to find the quote for it, because why not? And I can imagine for some people the early scenes here are a bit hard, definitely hard to work. I think I also thought, Mo, good that you say this, also welcome. I saw your message earlier, but forgot to say hello. You are right. I think in the film you also see that Shelob has a wounded eye. However, in the books I tried to find this as well, and that seemed that Sam wounded her eye when fighting with her. But it was no mention that one eye was already wounded before. So yeah, Shelob was a child of Ungoliant. Ungoliant also was like some spirit being. I'm not sure if it classifies as Ainu or something, but it came to, like, the spirit of Ungoliant came to Middle Earth at some point from Ea, that is basically the universe, so to say, where Arda, the world here, Tolkien's world, plays on. It's the world where Middle Earth is on as a continent, for example, is part of. And she came there and took the form or the shape of a spider, we can read. So it's not a spider by nature, Ungoliant, the mother of Shelob, but is some powerful entity that devours light and everything. It's kind of a black hole, I always imagine. Like it's like the spiderification or personification of darkness. Something like that. And Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, allied with Ungoliant. However, at some point, when Ungoliant lived in a place called Eret Gorgoroth in Beleriand, I can show you where that is on the map. Well, though it's complicated to show because I need two maps. So let's say this here's the first age map, the second age map, sorry. Then you see that Lindon is basically the west coast of Middle Earth. But in the first age, first of all, Lindon does not exist, but the same mountain range you see here is here. And in the first age, there was still a landmass west of these mountains called Beleriand. And first of all, I also need to move my production thing here. Maybe it's easier in studio mode. Yeah, here you see Eret Gorgoroth. This mountain range is the Eret Gorgoroth, and Ungoliant lived there. And there she bred with lesser spiders or something like this. And of this offspring, Shelob is. And Shelob also lived there, and at some point she must have left this place. Also, Ungoliant left this place. Potentially, there was like a mention in some text of Tolkien that Shelob left this place here and went all the way down to this land, to the Darklands. So I assume somewhere here, and started because Ungoliant is always hungry. I mean Ungoliant, maybe I said Shelob, I'm not sure. Ungoliant devoured itself or herself. Maybe. It's not known what happened to Ungoliant exactly. However, we know what happens to Shelob. She goes into this direction here, to Mordor at some point. And there she lives then in the mountain ranges of Mordor. Mordor is all the way down here. And she starts living here. Especially here, in this area here. Here is Kiris Ungol. Ungol means like the spider cleft. Like this is a kind of a valley that is behind Minas Morgul, and this leads to Mordor over these mountains here. And I always can't remember the name of this. I think this here are the mountains of ash, the Ered Lithui, right? And then these are the mountains of darkness. Oh, Leanna, nice that you are here. You missed the spider section. So very unfortunate. I thought you were busy today. I already did my business. And did the Tolkien Gate, the German Tolkien Society stream. Ifel Duath, exactly, that's the name. I always forget the name, but these should be the Mountains of Shadow, and this is where she kind of lives, in this area. Which is, to be fair, here is in the show Tir Harat, that is the village where the Southlands part in the first season plays. The tower must be somewhere here in this corner, or maybe here, I don't know, but somewhere here. And here is already, I mean, you have to keep in mind, these are 130 miles to Mount Doom. So this is halfway. So let's say 60, 70 miles, something like that. This is where Frodo will later meet Shelob, or Gollum met her, and so on. So she lives somewhere here in the mountains. Maybe she has a bigger range where she moves back and forth, who knows, to search for prey. And same with her offspring. But yeah, just for the map section here of this stuff. But yeah, I completed this. We discussed the 2 episodes on the German stream much faster than I anticipated. And as a result, I felt, well, if now I have time, and then I can maybe do the episode 3 analysis before I don't have time anymore. Tomorrow we will discuss episode 3 on the German stream for the German Tolkien Society for the German-speaking viewers. If you're interested, I guess you get all the information here also. But of course, I appreciate the support, and the German Tolkien Society does for sure as well. Oh, Sam, nice to see you here. Yeah, Minas Ithil, so is Kiris Ungol already established then? So there's a tower of Kiris Ungol. Kiris Ungol means spider. Ungoliant Ungol is also in her name, so that means spider. And Kiris, I think, is cleft. Not sure what the German translation of cleft is. Spalte, Riss, Felsspalte, something like this, Kluft in the for the German viewers. Also for me, to be honest, I always think, what is a cleft? It's not a word I use in my daily stuff. So yeah, this obviously it is called like this because Shelob lives there, and it is most likely called like this because the Gondorians, which Gondor is not established yet in the Second Age. So as a result, Minas Ithil is not there yet. This comes much at the end of the Second Age. Maybe in Season 5 I could imagine that we see the establishment of Minas Tirith and Minas Ithil, Osgiliath here in the middle. And then after the War of the Last Alliance, you know, the prologue of The Lord of the Rings, they built a Black Gate here. The Black Gate was also built by the Gondorians, Morannon. They built these 2 Towers of the Teeth. These are also names I never memorized. Tower of Teeth. Check the Black Gate. Just want to look up how the towers are called, just to read them again. I so rarely talk about those. Just... yeah, Tower of the Teeth. What is the name of them? They are called... Narchost and Karchost. That are the names of the two towers. Bitter Biting Fort and Fang Fort is the name. They were once established, like I said, after Sauron's defeat at the end of the Second Age. They are built to watch over Mordor. By the way, I forgot to do the transition here, so there's the Black Gate. Tower of the Teeth. Here's a fortress Gondor also later will build that is always confusing me, because there's Durthang and Gurthang. And this is Durthang. That means dark oppression. Gurthang is a sort of Turin. That means Gurth means death. Ang means iron of death. I think that's. I always have to think what the meaning is. Very difficult for me to memorize. I don't know why. And then here are the plains of Udun, and then they also established a tower here at Kiris Ungol later. But at this time in the history, this early in the Second Age, all these locations I just named don't exist yet. They come later when Gondor is forged here. With the capital is Osgiliath. One might think Minas Tirith, but that comes later. And so on. There were some questions in chat, I think. Maybe I missed something. So yeah, Shelob definitely lived before Minas Ithil was built. I want to look into Shelob, Beleriand Elder Days. Yeah, when the ruins, so the War of Ras, the ruin of Beleriand, Shelob fled in the Dark Years. She came to Mordor. How she got there, we don't know. It is in Appendix B. Okay, so Tolkien, it's a quite official source actually for Shelob being in Mordor this early. And that is... Oh god, what did I just do? I just pressed a button and then my program here decided to go nuts. That's not good. My PDF reader. Where is it? Appendix B. What year did they say 1000, right? Yeah, 1000. It's not here in the list. Maybe it's earlier. First mention of Shelob is later, in the Third Age. I hoped I would get an information. Okay, long before, but it doesn't say when. Does somebody know in chat where it is explained that Shelob is longer there than Sauron? There's definitely a mention in Lord of the Rings or somewhere. I do not remember. There was for sure. I hoped I found like a quote here in the book, in the Tolkien Gateway, but unfortunately this passage does not have a quote for that. Maybe it's in the Silmarillion. I would just check a few moments, chat, because I would like to read this to you. No. She appears a few times there, here and there. How often does Shelob appear? 44 times. That's a bit much. Out of the tunnel. Shelob Tunnel northwest. In which book could Tolkien write something? Appendix History of Middle-earth 12 would be an option. Orcs go fast in tunnels, and this tunnel they knew well, for in spite of Shelob, they were forced to use it often as the swiftest way to the dead city over the mountains. In what far-off time the main tunnel and the great round pit had been made, where Shelob had taken up her abode in ages past, they did not know, but many by way they had themselves delved about it on either side, so as to escape the lair in their goings to and fro on the business of their masters. Tonight they did not intend to go far down. I thought there was maybe an information about this watchtower on the cliff. Doesn't help. It's a bit unfortunate. I hope there was like a mention in Appendix B for this. Escape from prison, now again, court. Oh, nice. You found it. Which book is it? Is it The Hobbit? It could also... No, The Hobbit can't be. It's not in this book. It's not in this book. No, it can't be in The Hobbit. It could be... I mean, there are many books possibilities for this. It's always terrible if I don't know it out of my head where something is written. I often know it, but not always. It's not this book. Could be People's, could be a letter. Where's Peoples of Middle-earth? Somewhere here. I'm not even sure what the question is. Do not remember, sorry. Do 8 more hours or 9? Might be. Two towers, the legs. Why don't I find the quote then? Mountains of Shadow. Sometimes, chat, it's so complicated to find stuff. I don't know why that is. Huh? Feldurf. Beleriand might be a good hint. Beleriand. Like in my copy, I don't find the quote, chat. Mentioned Shelob's Lair 2000. Why don't I find this? I could also swear it's in Lord of the Rings. Very strange, chat. It's very strange. Sorry for the long break here. It's always a bit annoying. I hate streams where I have to search for 2 hours for like a quote and I don't find it. I hate this so much. It's always a bit annoying. Why don't I find this quote in the book? Like this I don't get. Like, I'm also pretty sure, but if I, for example, long before Sauron took the land, that should be the scene, but I don't find it in my Lord of the Rings copy, which is strange. Took the land in order for himself and spun a dark lair. That is so strange. Like, in which book could it be? I don't get it, chat. I could swear it's in Lord of the Rings. But I can't find this quote in Lord of the Rings. Who was there before Sauron? Yeah, something like this we would need. But either I'm too stupid to type, or something's wrong with my copy. I'm also pretty sure it's in Lord of the Rings, to be honest. Okay, this I found. One moment, chat. We found it, I think. There age long she had dwelt. My voice, for whatever reason, just failed. There along she had dwelt, an evil thing in spider form, even such as once of old had lived in the land of the elves in the west Beleriand, that is now under the sea, such as Beren fought in the mountains of Terra in Doriath, and so came to Luthien upon the green sward amid the hemlocks in the moonlight long ago. How Shelob came there, flying from ruin, no tale tells, for out of the dark years few tales have come, but still she was there. Who was there before Sauron, and before the first stone of Barad-dûr, and she served none but herself, drinking the blood of elves and men. Bloated and grown fat with endless brooding and her feasts, weaving webs of shadow, for all living things were her food, and her vomit darkness. Far and wide, her lesser broods, bastards of the miserable mates, her own offspring, that she slew, spread from glen to glen, and from Ifelduas to the eastern hills, to Dol Guldur, and the fastness of Mirkwood. But none could rival her, Shelob the great, last child of Ungoliant, to trouble the unhappy world. So that is. Thank you so much for your patience that you find the quote. As you said, chapter 9, Shelob's Lair. I don't know what's wrong with. Maybe I deleted it in some pages by accident or something. I don't know. I couldn't find it. Maybe the Acrobat reader is stupid. Also a possibility. It's a bit annoying sometimes if, like, I don't know. I knew it was somewhere there, didn't find it. But thank you so much for your help. That helped a lot. Oh, Priscilla TV is here. Nice to see you. So yeah, this we have now explained. So as Tolkien explains in this passage, that still she was there who was there before Sauron. So Shelob definitely was there before Sauron, and from Appendix B, which I now have to find again, open again, because I'm bad at memorizing page numbers. So round about year 1000, Sauron, alarmed by the growing powers of Númenóreans, chooses Mordor as a land to make into a stronghold. He begins the building of Barad-dûr. And before this, Shelob was already there. So she was there before the year 1000. And yeah, we also, in this text I read, which is pretty awesome, we have a reference towards our good old friend Beren. And this little story here reminds me a lot of Beren and his story. Like, here, the spider cave, Beren also went into the mentioned Eret Gorgoros, the Mountains of Terror. Here they are. And he had to cross this to get down the south to Doriath, as you can see on the image, Beleriand. And yeah, this is somewhat distantly similar. It's a little, maybe a distant reference to Beren. I could almost imagine that Isildur also had to go through the Mountains of Terror. And maybe later, like Beren, said, yeah, let's not talk about that. Let's forget about it. never going there again. Something like that. And then later, there's also the camp, which I also found a bit reminiscent. We might read the section from the Silmarillion then there later, chat. And after that, we have a switch to Númenor. I would suggest, though, we follow Isildur's story further first, because the Númenorian story we might cover separately. But we could stay in the Southlands, I think. So finally I made it, we found the quote, we read it, I'm happy, sorry that it took so long. But yeah, the next scene is then in Adar's camp, which is kind of interesting. I think we can cover this here fast as well. We see this orc here sharpening this piece of metal. It's, I think, kind of a dagger or something, like a makeshift dagger out of some metal thing they have. And so on. And in the camp, we have some famous scenes here, actually. Like, this one orc dude asks Adar about Sauron and says, "Is he really there? Is he back? That would be terrible for us, right?" Let me just see where the screenshot is, chat. Slowly learning. Slowly improving, very slowly, chat. Actually, I have to go to bed. Too tired tonight. Just wanted to leave my like and say hi. Very nice of you, Priscilla TV. Sleep well, have a good night. It is already very late. But I have to get... It's quarter hour now. Yeah, sorry. But yeah, we have to continue for quite a bit, hopefully in a faster pace, but last time. But who knows? So the orc asks him about if it is possible that Sauron might come back, and he tries to convince him, no, he's dead for sure. And yeah, in the subtitle he is called Glug or Glück. I'm not sure if it's an Ü or an U. In the German subtitle, there's an Ü written there. I don't know. Played by Robert Strange. And what is very interesting about this You told me Sauron was dead. Let us leave him that way. So there is preparations. The sharpening of the metal is kind of preparing war. And the orc says, well, do we have really to go to war? You said Sauron is dead, something like this. And that is kind of interesting, that Adar believes Sauron is back, and now he has to prepare for it, and potentially have the orcs fight Sauron again. And Adar says something, there's some dangers in this world about which it is a father's burden to know. And a son's burden to trust me. And trust me. And he says basically they will never be safe until Sauron is really dead. And then we have a scene which I noticed to some degree, in what do you call it, induced some a controversy or something. Like the orc tells, do we really have to go to war? He doesn't want to go to war. And we see something that we have never seen before in a Tolkien adaptation. Orc father, orc mother. The orc mother is the thing, and the orc baby. So that is an interesting one. People asked me already in some... I read online that people are asking questions about this. If this makes sense or if this is made up or something. This is an unusual thing here. So the orc origin is always a very complicated topic. And some people might have seen the... let me just get the Peter Jackson screenshot. I find it very quick. So remember this scene here from Fellowship of the Ring. Maybe it's also from Two Towers, but no, it's Fellowship of the Ring, I think. And here we see the orcs breeding orcs in these slime pits, or whatever you want to call it. Orc babies seem weird. For sure they seem weird. In the Peter Jackson film, Peter Jackson needed a way to explain how Saruman creates an orc army this fast. In the books he has literally decades for this. Like, I don't know, 50 years. I don't know the exact length of the time span. I think at least 30, if not 50 years, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the exact time. But it's a lot of time. I mean, from Bilbo's birthday party to Frodo departing the Shire, it's 17 years already. These years he already had. And even he started even a bit earlier from this. It's a bit difficult to reconstruct this correctly. But there was a very early version of the orcs Tolkien wrote, 1916 to 1920, where orcs come out of subterranean heat and slime. That is how Morgoth creates the first orcs in this version. Tolkien didn't like this version because it would give Morgoth too much power. Then he would be able to create life basically out of slime. That would be too powerful. So Tolkien nerfed him or aligned him better with his imagination of his metaphysical aspects of his world. And as such, Tolkien came up with the idea that he has to transform existing beings into orcs. And he does this by... the only existing beings that are available when the orcs first appear are the elves. So it's elves. Elves, though, have a problem that they are too powerful. They're also too pure. And they are immortal. That would make, as a result, potential early orcs also far too powerful and also immortal, which orcs are not. So that was always a problem that bugged Tolkien. He didn't like the idea that elves become orcs too much, even though we find hints for this in Lord of the Rings by Treebeard saying, let me maybe quote Treebeard here. That's also the reason why potentially the show goes with the classic elves are the origin story for orcs. So Treebeard says, but trolls are our only counterfeits made by the enemy in the great darkness, in mockery of Ents, as orcs were of elves. Of course, Tolkien also says that Treebeard is not one of the wise, so he's not really a fully reliable source. But still, this idea exists in Tolkien universe for some time. Later, Tolkien came up with the idea to use men as the origin for orcs. So Morgoth took the early men, corrupted them, reshaped them, and they became orcs, basically, under terrible conditions, most likely. And this is the origin story for orcs. And for that, he had to move the awakening of men potentially thousands of years into the past earlier. Still after the elves, but early enough that they could be around when the orcs first appear in his stories. And for this, he wrote something like the so-called Tale of Adarnell, and so on and so forth, which is kind of part of the dialogue between Andres, the wise woman of men from the First Age, that was a lover of Aignor. Or was it Angrod? I think it was Aignor. And yeah, she talks to Finrod. And as part, Tolkien added to the story the so-called Tale of Adarnell. Let me just see if I find it really quick. Tale of Adarnell. Yeah. Athrabes, Finrod a Andres. You find it in Morgoth's Ring, in case people are wondering about this. And yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. One of the most philosophical texts Tolkien has ever written, I think, with some other texts, of course. And in this context, though, how do orcs come to be? And Tolkien never really mentions orc females. There is a letter from, I think it was sold in an auction. It's from 1963, and there Tolkien already supposes or mentions orc females in the lore. Also wrote, I think, a comment somewhere. The Silmarillion, yes. That is the other source for it, where Tolkien explains how orcs procreate, as you say it. Where is my Silmarillion copy? There it is. I know even which chapter it is. It's in the chapter, let me just see, Coming of the Elves. Beginning of Days. Either the Sindar, or it's the Coming of the Elves and the Captivity of Melkor. For orcs had life. Wait, let me just say which chapter it is. Yeah, it's the Coming of the Elves and the Captivity of Melkor, chapter 3 of the Silmarillion. And it basically reads, and we can read the whole section here. Yet this is held true by the wise of Erisea, that all those of the Quendi who came into the hands of Melkor, Utumno, that is the first fortress of Morgoth, or / Melkor and Morgoth are the same, was broken, were put there in prison, and by slow arts of cruelty were corrupted and enslaved, and thus did Melkor breed the hideous race of the orcs, in envy and mockery of the elves, of whom they were afterwards the bitterest foes. For the orcs had life and multiplied after the manner of the children of Ilúvatar, and naught that had life of its own, nor the semblance of life, could even Melkor make since his rebellion in the Ainulindale, the music of the Ainur, before the beginning. So say the wise. And deep in their dark hearts, the orcs loathed the master whom they served in fear, the maker only of their misery. This, it may be, was the vilest deed of Melkor, and the most hateful to Ilúvatar. So Tolkien describes this here a little bit. It needs to be a clear explanation of orc life cycles. No. For sure, this may be best left unexplained, but Tolkien had some started writing explanations for this. Oh, Blackberry, good night, sleep well. Much fun listening to the Silmarillion audiobook. So let me just catch up with chat really quick. Yeah, the actor of Adar does a great job of recreating Adar. I agree on this. The old actor is maybe, somebody wrote, I read online, the old actor was a bit more, gave this drunk feeling to Adar. This is now a bit gone. If you compare it, I definitely know what he means there. Drunk is maybe, you know what I mean. I watched in Robert Foster's book. It says where it is, but not where it was built. What was built? Orc babies seem weird, I agree. Since orcs frequently are mindless killers, wouldn't that mean they can attack and kill their babies? I mean, if they could do that, the orcs couldn't multiply. Like, their race would be doomed, basically, if they start killing their own. If female orcs lived far away from males, may be those babies had a chance, kind of like... Oh, Snark is also welcome. Kind of like the wild, many female animals raise babies away from males. Yeah, possibly. ChatGPT says that Shelob entered the land even upon the second age, but Tolkien never wrote exactly when. Yeah, exactly. ChatGPT for Tolkien is usually not that great, unfortunately. Maybe it got better, I'm not sure. Yeah, the Finrod and Andres dialogue is pretty awesome. There needs to be a clear explanation of orc life cycles. No, we already said this. New Adar is all business. Old one was more of a fallen angel. Yeah, that's true. Read Letter to Mrs. Munby from Tolkien. Is this relevant for the orc question? Did Tolkien ever describe how Sauron's rule over the orcs worked, and at what time during the Second Age did he recruit orcs before the War of the Elves of Sauron? There is a text, actually. So Sauron could not really increase his armies while he had the disguise of Anatar. So after creating the One Ring, he had to get rid of this disguise, and then he could start. It took him like 90 to 100 years to... Like, I think he attacks Eregion 1690. The One Ring is forged 1600. So around about 90 years it takes him. And this time he goes into the Far East, where still there was some Morgoths or orcs that were close to Morgoth's original creation of them and were still very powerful. And those he wanted to recruit, but he needed a different disguise, is another physical shape. Because in this Adar form, the orcs would just laugh at him and mock him for it. So I think a lot of how Sauron's power over the orcs works is they're of course creatures, kind of Morgoth and the Dark Lord. He worked with orcs before in the First Age, of course, and further also through fear, I think. That's what also this text says here. And in their deep hearts, the deep dark hearts, the orcs loathed the master whom they served in fear. So they didn't like their master anyway. The maker only of their misery. Tolkien writes that this was maybe the vilest deed of Melkor. So it's definitely a fear and, I don't know, some power he potentially has also over those creatures. Even though the orcs didn't like him, but they still served him in fear. So this was definitely one of the things. And also what Sauron does is he makes the orcs believe that the Eldar are much more cruel than Sauron is. So that's the only option for them, to ally with Sauron then. Because like in this other text, it's kind of interesting. Maybe I can read you this one line. From Nature of Middle-earth. The text is, by the way, called Note on the Delay of Gil-galad and the Númenóreans. It is called. But not until Mordor and Barad-dûr were ready could he allow them to come out of hiding, while the eastern orcs, who had not experienced the power and terror of the Eldar or the valor of the Edain, were not subservient to Sauron, while he was obliged for the cozening of the western men and elves to wear as fair form and countenance as he could. They despised him and laughed at him. That's a quote from the Nature of Middle-earth text. So yeah, we now just explained the following things. Orcs procreate like men and elves also do. So there must be female orcs for this to work. There's another more darker quote, which I won't read here, but it goes into the direction that there must be also something transformed. Like if you go from the men perspective, that orcs originate from men, not from elf, which is different in the show because they must make this different they don't have the rights for the other text simply. Then there must be orc females, and they were, I don't know, there were some original orcs and elves, and they were transformed into these beings, and then the hideous race of orcs was created this way. And as a result, yes, they can have a baby, and they are orc women, even though we never see them and Tolkien never mentions them, except for one specific letter. Let me see if I can find it. Orc female Tolkien letter. Now, letter to Miss... is this a letter from 1963? It was also, in chat, somebody suggested it. This letter is unfortunately not in the books. In the letter book. Unfortunately. And then at the very end of the letter, Tolkien talks a bit of, there then follow 8 numbered replies to original questions that concern actual history. This is a summary, I think. History, use Old English for language of the Rohirrim. Satan, Sauron was one of the lesser spirits who had at one time served him, so Morgoth. And ultimately, history of men, orc women, the invention of the name orc, and so on. I think this letter is unfortunately not published in the in the books with Tolkien's letters for whatever reason. Let me just see, where do we have the letters here? To Mrs. Munby. Yeah, there's no letter like this to Miss Munby in the letter collection, unfortunately. I'm not sure if it's published in the unpublished letters. There's a book called a document called Unpublished Letters of Tolkien. Or I say almost unpublished. Oh, there, it's actually in it. I'm not sure if is this letter 1963? It is. Yeah, Tolkien writes, let me quote Tolkien from this letter, because I have it here. There must have been orc women, but in stories that seldom, if ever, see the orcs except as soldiers of armies in the service of the evil lords, we naturally would not learn much about their lives. Not much was known. That's what Tolkien writes about orc women. Surprisingly low divorce rates, yeah. Also, Christos posted it, what I just read in chat. Awesome, thank you. I wonder what orc weddings are like. I think female orcs had to live in a separate settlement, at least it's my headcanon. Yeah, potentially possible. Awkward. Yeah, actually I was thinking that Orc Assault on Sauron at episode 1 of this season fits well to the text you referenced about Eastern Orcs loving Anatar. Yeah, that at least would kind of fit. There's also another interesting text. Let me just think how it was phrased and where it was written. I think it's in Peoples of Middle-earth. Now I remember. I'm not sure though if I find it that quick. It's in Dwarfs of Dwarfs and Men. Cruel was the word. Yeah, I think I found it. During the War of the Jewels and the Siege of Angband, when Morgoth needed all his strength, these attacks ceased. So, at the time of the First Age, orcs attacked the men in the north. There were Norsemen already, beyond the Misty Mountains, and troubled them. And when Morgoth needed all his strength to defend again in the War of the Jewels, to defend his land, these attacks there in the north got ceased simply. So let me read this again. During the War of the Jewels and the Siege of Angband, that's the second fortress, the main fortress and later of Morgoth, needed all his strength. These attacks ceased, but when Morgoth fell and Angband was destroyed, hosts of the orcs fled eastwards, seeking homes. So when Morgoth was defeated, hosts of the orcs fled from Beleriand eastwards, and they were searching homes and potentially again harassing, I would almost say, attacking the people living in these regions for sure. They were now masterless and without any general leadership, but they were well armed and very numerous, cruel, savage, and reckless in assault. In the battles that followed, the dwarves were outnumbered, and though they were the most redoubtable warriors of all the speaking peoples, they were glad to make alliance with men. There is like an alliance between dwarves and men actually at this time, which is very interesting. And they formed this to strengthen their position against these fleeing orcs and so on. So that's kind of the explanation. And here we see that it was not like, okay, Morgoth, the king is dead, long live the king, in this case, Morgoth is dead, long live Sauron. It took some time till Sauron was able to control these orcs. It was not just like snip, whatever you call it in English. Snipping with your fingers? I think it's snipping, right? Whatever the English word for this is. And then the orcs said, yeah, lead us now. So from this perspective, you could make an argument into the direction, yes, it kind of makes sense that Sauron had not immediately the complete control over the orc armies left of Morgoth, but he had to kind of earn it or work for it to get it back. And he got it back at some point. And then this other text comes also to mind, where in his disguise he could not convince the orcs to follow him because they would laugh at him. So as you say, yeah, that would definitely fit, and maybe this is the reference here that the show is going for. Still like the comment, surprising low divorce rates. Not bad. Okay, chat. I bet there was no divorces. I would also bet on that. So, next quote we need for this is, why does the orc not want, excuse me, I'm eating, but why does the orcs not want to go to war? There was also a question I found. And there's a dialogue between two orcs called Gorbak and what's the other name? Shah something. Gorbak. Shagrad. That's the other name. Found it. So let me just read the dialogue between these two. It is from the chapter The Choices of Master Samwise, right? Yeah, the choice is chapter 10. The last chapter of Two Towers, I think that is. Yeah, after that Return of the King starts. In the film order is a bit different. There are some parts of Two Towers is in Return of the King stuff. They moved some things around, just for context. So the text goes as follows. I would like to try... you should try being up here with Shelob for company, said Shagrad. I would like to try somewhere where there's none of them. But the war's on now, and when that's over, things may be easier. It's going well, they say. They would, grunted Gorbak. We will see, but anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What would you say if we get a chance, you and me will slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot, nice and handy, and no big bosses. Ah, said Shagrad, like old times. Yes, said Gorbak, but don't count on it. I'm not easy in my mind. As I said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper, even the biggest can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say something has slipped, and we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right. And small things, but don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him. And if they get top sides on him, we're done too. But see here, when were you ordered out? About an hour ago, just before you saw us, a message came. Nazgul uneasy, spies feared on stairs, double vigilance, patrol to head of stairs. I came at once. Bad business, said Gorbak. And so on. It continues. It's about the silent watches here. But this kind of shows that they mention the term big bosses for the Nazgul, for Sauron. You could argue even kind of includes Shelob here. And that is kind of interesting that you notice, and we have seen this in this other quote, which I can read again. And deep in their dark hearts the orcs loathed the master whom they served in fear, the maker only of their misery. This, it may be, was the vilest deed of Melkor and the most hateful to Ilúvatar, that's God. So the orcs don't like, not necessarily on the side of Sauron, they just think it's the smaller evil in the world. And there's some influence, some domination Sauron definitely has over the orcs for sure, but they fear him enough to follow the orders. But if they could, they would definitely go away and go not to war and be something on their own. Silent Watchers are the statues I was thinking about earlier. Ah, okay. Yeah, no divorces till death do part. Yeah, well, death was potentially the only divorce way in the orcish culture, I would assume. But yeah, it was now a very long section about orcs and their culture, but I would say this is, from a book lore perspective, not completely unreasonable what we see. This is also kind of the reason you could maybe say orcs are just like mindless, almost like animals or something, but Tolkien did not write them like this, as you have seen in this dialogue I just read. He definitely writes them in a way that you must assume that they are kind of very cruel entities due to their nature that was forced upon them through Morgoth once, but they are still sentient life. And as a result, Tolkien did not like the idea of Morgoth creating them out of slime, because then Morgoth would be able to create sentient life. And in Tolkien's universe, only God can do this, not Morgoth. But yeah, there was a very philosophical and deep topic here. I will take a miniature break now and get something to drink, because as you notice, my my voice is failing at times. Considering that many orcs opted to kill themselves once Sauron was defeated, for example, I'm impressed that Gorbak was able to voice such critical thoughts. Maybe he was still unable to act upon these ideas, though. Yeah, that is potentially possible. That the idea is there, but he can't go against his nature, against the domination that is above him from these powerful entities. Okay, chat. I hope you don't mind me taking a very short break. Also, yeah, here's the scene again with the orc female. Forgot to switch the screen, chat. Sorry for that. But it doesn't matter. There was not much to show here on screen anyway. It's just, yeah, about orcs. But this is in theory possible. I found it cool that they showed something like this. And it goes a bit against, again, what we know or what we have seen in the Peter Jackson films. So often some people say this is too much Peter Jackson fan fiction, or too heavily inspired by Peter Jackson. But sometimes the show actually also tries to do things different than Peter Jackson. And this is at least one example for that. If it's a good example or not, it's a different debate, but you can't say that they do everything like Peter Jackson did. They also did some changes here and there. And this is like a very complicated topic with the orcs, and they don't have much time to communicate this. The next scene will be interesting, chat, but I take a short break. I hope you are still there after I come back. And then we discuss the next scene, which is also a cool one, I felt like. And I'm curious what's going on with that scene. Let me just find my thing here. at this here. Awesome. Can orcs be redeemed then? Okay, just to complete this section here, Tolkien wrote in a letter. We find this in the letters of Tolkien, in the actual letters, but the officially published letters. Let me just try to find it. Okay, I think the best letter to explain this is letter 153, though it's a special case letter because I think 153 was not sent. So Tolkien decided to not send the letter. Still, it's an interesting thought. Yeah, it's just a draft letter to 153. And God, I did a terrible mistake. It doesn't matter, but let me just, yeah. The draft ends here. At the top, Tolkien has written not sent and has added, it seemed to be taking myself too importantly. So, yeah. The orcs, they would be Morgoth's greatest sins, abuses of his highest privilege, and would be creatures begotten of sin and naturally bad. I nearly wrote irredeemably bad, but that would be going too far, because by accepting or tolerating their making, necessary to their actual existence, even orcs would become part of the world, which is God, and ultimately good. But whether they could have souls or spirits seems a different question. Here Tolkien tries still to argument that maybe they don't have that, so they don't need redemption. A different question, and since in my myth, at any rate, I do not conceive the making of souls or spirits, things of an equal order, if not an equal power to the Valar, as a possible delegation, I have represented at least the orcs as pre-existing real beings on whom the Dark Lord has exerted the fullness of his power in remodeling and corrupting them, not making them. That God would tolerate that seems no worse theology than the toleration of the calculated dehumanizing of men by tyrants that goes on today. Tolkien references maybe, yeah, the letter was written 54, so after World War II, but still I think you know what he means. And then, yeah, it expands even beyond World War II for sure and the crimes of the Nazis, but no worries, I'm gonna tolerate. So Tolkien goes a bit on. There is another quote where, I mean, this is also part of this quote. He says basically God accepted that the orcs are part of the world, so there must be a path for redemption for them as well, basically. There's a bit of the argument of this. So in theory, yes, orcs could have a redemption in some form. Tolkien does not explore this in his texts and explains how this works, but in theory, yes, also the orc soul could find peace, in theory. Exactly. If all orcs don't reproduce, then Melkor would have needed millions of elves at Cuiviénen to follow him, be able the armies that he had in the First Age. Yeah, for sure. Like he would need too many elves for that. So there needs to be some procreation or reproduction. Okay, chat. So I take a short break. I hope this kind of answers the question. It's a very complicated, or let's say difficult to answer question for sure. Let me just see. Do we need a screen? Well, I just leave the screen. I'm back for like 3 minutes. I mean, I could. Disclaimer. We have the screen here. I'm not the hugest fan of the Rings of Power Season 1, but I like Lord of the Rings. Maybe I stopped the video. You've already seen it, right, chat? No, you haven't. Well, I'll keep it going. So, back in a moment. It's not really a faithful adaptation of what Tolkien actually wrote, so here's my summary. It might include traces of sarcasm. The show takes place in Middle-earth during the Second Age, an age or 3,000 to 5,000 years before Lord of the Rings, and starts with a prologue about the First Age. The prologue impressively shows that Amazon actually does not have the rights to what Tolkien wrote about the First Age, so everything is very vague and mostly irrelevant for the season. So forget about it, except that Galadriel had a brother named Finrod. Actually, she has 3 brothers in the books, and he was killed by Sauron in the books by a werewolf of Sauron. The show starts with Galadriel searching for traces of the mentioned Sauron in the far north to avenge her brother. Contrary to the books, pretty much all the elves in the show, including Gil-galad, High King of the Noldor elves, believe Sauron the most powerful and immortal servant of the first Dark Lord Morgoth, second in command, responsible for the deaths of countless elves, men and dwarves, just retired after the First Age ended, even though he was not caught and put to justice, and even though he appears in songs of these tragic ancient battles. No, for sure, he's no danger anymore and died of old age or something. To be fair, the elves maybe first noticed Sauron 800 years into the Second Age, but when Gil-galad did, he was very concerned. The 3 rings are forged 1590 years into the Second Age for comparison. In the show, Galadriel is the only one who believes otherwise. The other elves, including the king, think she is absolutely crazy. Ironically, she is absolutely crazy, but also kind of right. So High King Gil-galad wants to get rid of her and sends her to the west by ship. In most book versions, Galadriel is actually banned from going west until she, quote, passes the test with the One Ring, and Gil-galad would not have the authority to lift that ban. Does not matter, the show has no place for Galadriel anyway for now, though in the books she founds Eregion with her husband Celeborn and Celebrimbor, and lives there with her family, including a 1,300-year-old daughter, when the 3 rings are forged, but the daughter is not in the show yet. The writers have to give Galadriel something to do, which is mostly summarized by moving her around a lot. So she, one of the wisest of the elves, is put on a ship to the west, sees the west continent Aman, remembers some stupid line her brother said to her millennia ago, and jumps off the ship to swim back those over 2,000 miles. Not because of small details like plausibility, or introducing mythological aspects of the world of Tolkien, or development of the plot and characters she will be saved. No, she will be saved because it was written in the screenplay by the writers, who had no idea what to do with this character early on. And how is she saved? By letting a raft appear in the middle of the ocean. I assume they bought this massive water tank for filming, and they are gonna use it if we like it or not. On the raft, she meets a new main character called Halbrand. What a lucky incident. Now 2 main characters on hold. They are also attacked by a sea monster to get conveniently rid of all the unimportant characters on the raft as well. Halbrand even saves Galadriel from drowning. Meanwhile, Elrond is sent to Eregion to help Celebrimbor, Lord of Eregion. Later, Galadriel and Halbrand are found by a ship on which Elendil, father of Isildur, is captain, and brought to the island nation of Numenor. There we learn a bit about the Numenorian culture and main characters, and get our first book reader hints that Halbrand is Sauron. Back in the day I thought this is too obvious, he can't be Sauron. Well, I was wrong. We also learned that Numenorians don't like elves because they fear that Galadriel, the only elf in Numenor, will single-handedly take their jobs away. Here Galadriel also finds out that the Sauron symbol she found in that old ice fortress of Sauron depicts a place, the Southlands. Now all she needs to do is convince Queen Miriel to give her an army and sail to the Southlands to check for Sauron and his evil orc creatures, to take revenge. In which she somehow succeeds, and they also think that Halbrand is the rightful king of the Southlands. They also use a palantir to see a vision of the future, which shows the destruction of Numenor, though Tolkien specifically stated that a seeing stone can only see at most the past. But as an old saying goes, plot device is gonna plot device. Meanwhile, in the Southlands, a village consisting of 4 to 6 houses, guarded by about 4 Sylvan elves, has trouble with orcs. Of these elves, one is named Arondir. And despite elves having really good... Okay, chat, I'm back. I hope you can hear me. And yeah, we continue, of course, our analysis. Sorry for the interruption here. I think everybody should be back. My timer is at least at 0. So there's that. And I used to think that Halbrand wanted to get to Valinor. Probably not, as we now learned. There was no deeper meaning behind his appearance near Aman. Plot device indeed, yeah, unfortunately. To be fair, Gil-galad admits to Elrond he was worried and didn't want Galadriel stirring the evil up. Still obtuse and short-sighted, yeah, for sure. I'll read this here. Yeah, she is absolutely crazy. Galadriel often behaves like that for sure. So we were discussing the orc family here, which I found is an interesting addition to the show, and it's for some people maybe surprising, but that's not... I found this like some critique that people might have had a bit overblown, if that makes sense. Screw me. Let me see. This screenshot is the next one. There we see a new character, I would call him, and his name is Damrod. It seems to be like a big troll, and a powerful one. Look how huge this guy is. And yeah, what is interesting, he seems to also look for Sauron and ask him, where's Sauron? It seems Adar sent a messenger, which the head here, he throws on the ground. Which is not very nice of the troll, to be honest. Killing the messenger, in some cultures that is like considered, I don't know, a very terrible deed, if that makes sense. Usually messengers have some kind of, let's call it, diplomatic immunity. Because if you kill the messengers all the time, nobody wants to carry out the message. And sometimes you need to carry out a message. You need communication. Especially if you're not at war. So it kind of does not surprise me that the troll... Like, among the forces of evil, this might be different. But I found it weird nonetheless. Yeah, the name is also very. I agree that the name is strange. Like, exactly, Damrod is one of Faramir's rangers in the Third Age. Not sure why they call him Damrod here. We could maybe dive into the meaning of the name. Or I could try to. Okay, the name is maybe kind of fitting then. The name translates to beat something, and so Dam means hammer or to beat something, and Raut would be metal. So you could say it's Metal Hammer. I mean, that's a pretty epic name for a soldier of Gondor, I guess. Oh, Asteroid TV, nice to see you. But why in Troll would have a Sindari name like Damrod, that is very strange. I think we might learn more about it because he can talk, he has some lines, and he has a name, and he has his own song in the show that we already knew. We've seen him in promotional material already, so it was not the hugest surprise in the universe to have him in the show. But still, I have to admit, kind of strange. And yeah, no problem. Thank you for joining, Asteroid TV. And interestingly, a good old friend, Adar, has some names for him. So Damrod, Hill Troll of the Ered Mithrin. So people might wonder, what are the Ered Mithrin? We know that, for example, Gandalf is by the elves called Mithrandir, which means silver pilgrim or something like this, or grey pilgrim. And we have Mithril, there's also this myth in it, which goes into the silver grey direction. And if we now look at our favorite tool here in the stream, the map, the Ered Mithrin, Ered is mountain, so it is the Grey Mountains here in the north of Rovanion, close to Gundabad. That's where the dwarves later will settle. And in the show, we learn Damrod, Hill Troll of the Ered Mithrin, so he's from there, it seems. He traveled all the way down from up there. All the way down from up there to then, I don't know, Mordor. I'm not sure where this settlement here is in Mordor, but somewhere. So yeah, that are the Grey Mountains. Also, he is said to have killed stone giants and dragons. What a claim. Yeah, that is true. That is the next line I wanted to talk about. And the next line says, Damrod, Hill Troll of the Ered Mithrin, killer of stone giants, eater of dragon bones, he says. So it does not necessarily mean he killed the dragons, but maybe he likes to eat what's left of them. Possible, but maybe also fight dragons. With dragons, a lot of things could be, he could mean a lot of things. We know, for example, if we look here at the Ered Mithrin, we notice, and this also makes sense in the context of the dwarven stories, that here's the Forod Wise, that's where this tower was at some point at the beginning of the show, where Sauron held a speech and then was stabbed. That's like somewhere here at the tower. And in these Forod Wise, it's the so-called Northern Waste. The Northern Wasteland. And here, and also in land here, maybe, dragons live. Not dragons like Smaug, so very intelligent dragons, but lesser dragons. Cold dragons, so dragons that don't breathe fire. Even though those existed as well, for sure. So in this area here, north of the Ered Mithrin, there is definitely a possibility for dragons, which later will plague the Ered Mithrin when the dwarves settle here. So who knows, if he kills lesser dragons, if that makes sense. Maybe that long voyage explains the orc's head. The messenger got tired and Damrod wouldn't wait. You return home, head lighter. Hard to tell. If we don't know much about the photo device. It's kind of like a wonderland of things. Like in the show, yeah, it seems to be a bit green, and then when Sauron explodes, it becomes snowy, but it's simply very far in the north. So I could imagine that it being snowy there is not too unusual because it's just cold there. Yeah, the Ettenmoors would be here, I think, in this region. Maybe it's on the third age map. Yeah, on the third age map, here the Ettenmoors. And there, yeah, the trolls there might come from there, but they were in the so-called troll shores, Hrudauer, which is the Elvish name for troll shores. So yeah, Damrod is introduced. Like I said, we learn like a few names for him. Eater of Dragons will welcome. Then he says something which is not in the subtitles here. The female orc is, by the way, not credited. Just checked. The Adar speaks black speech to the troll, which is not unusual, because at least we know, I think, the Olokai spoke black speech. Though the Olokai are later. Also, yeah, I don't know. I mean, a Mordor potentially can walk a day because of the ashes that is in the air that blocks the sun. Usually hill trolls would also be kind of careful. I mean, I can maybe try to find the quote for that, but it's kind of difficult. Let me just see. That Sauron bred the non-doubted, though from what stock was not known. Some held that they were not trolls but giant orcs, But the Olokai were in fashion of body and mind quite unlike even the largest of all kind, whom they far surpassed in size and power. Is there a note here, Chem? I said earlier, Orc were in origin corrupted elves. Now that's a quote from Lord of the Rings. Okay, here it is. Troll has been used to translate the Sindarin Tarok. In their beginning, far back in the twilight of the elder days, these were creatures of dull and lumpish nature, and no more language than beasts. But Sauron had made use of them, teaching them what little they could learn, and increasing their wits with wickedness. Trolls therefore took such language as they could master from the orcs, and in the west lands the stone trolls spoke a debased form of common speech. But at the end of the Third Age, a troll race not before seen appeared in the southern Mirkwood and in the mountain borders of Mordor. Olokai they were called in the Black speech. That Sauron bred them, none doubted, though from what stock was not known. Some held that they were not trolls but giants, but the Olokai were in fashion of body and mind, quite unlike even the largest of all kind, whom they far surpassed in size and power. Trolls they were, but filled with the evil will of their master, a fell race, strong, agile, fierce, and cunning, but harder than stone. Unlike the older race of the twilight, they could endure the sun, so long as the will of Sauron held sway over them. They spoke little, but the only tongue that they knew was the Black speech of Barad-dûr. Barad-dûr doesn't exist yet. Black speech, but maybe not yet also, because it's derived out of a speech that Morgoth potentially used for his subordinates. Hard to tell. Yeah, exactly. Black speech was created, as we know it, by Sauron in mockery of the Elven language. But it has an origin, potentially, in a language that I think Morgoth used. It was from Lord of the Rings, by the way. Just to avoid confusion here. So it kind of makes sense that Adar speaks some old form of Black speech. He says welcome. He's not happy to see that his messenger got killed, like I said. I like how Adar says, I gather you received our message. And when the dude asks where Sauron is. And then cut to Eregion chat. That's the last scene here with Adar. And it seems like the troll knows Sauron, maybe from the First Age. So he must be older, it seems. And it seems like he doesn't like Sauron, I would assume. Because he went all the way here to Adar just to ask this question. But this was the Olokai, by the way. That is a troll race later bred. In theory, he should, as mentioned, as also he does here in the show, speak common speech or whatever, and adapt some of the languages. So we jump to we jump further. We ignore the dwarf and Eregion part. Now we have another interesting reference again, which I don't mind, to be honest. But yeah, it's again a reference. So Isildur on Bedek walks through this terrible land of Mordor and he's thirsty. He needs something to drink and he finds this water thing. And it looks like it's not a smart idea to drink this unfiltered. But in it he might find a sword. And he also sees that there are some dead people are in this. It seems like some of the Númenórean soldiers or riders were unfortunately killed in action, and as a result he also decides not to drink from this pond. It doesn't look tasty, so I think, well, I'm not that thirsty anyway, and just moves on. Speaking of thirsty, I'm thirsty. I hope we get a quick origin story flashback for Adar this season. Yeah, that would be also interesting. I mean, a little bit he already told us. Not sure if they will show it. But yeah, as a result, good old Isildur takes the boots of this dead man, his sword as well, because that might be helpful. And rides on Bedek further. Elven lords, you unknowingly harbor an old business associate of mine. I want to inform you of a snowball system based on ring forgery. Yeah, he takes a good boots here for sure. And continues to ride. And then he comes by a camp. Not a camp, but some transport stuff. What do you call this? An old caravan or so that was waylaid. Here it is, and long story short, he meets somebody in the camp who unfortunately stabs his leg. And but still, though being stabbed in the leg, it's a woman, and Isildur meets Estrid. So I don't need to show you how he gets injured with this thing. Well, we might see it later anyway. Yeah, the wound. Poor Isildur really has to take. He has to fight off spiders. He was left behind before. He tried to save people, got buried under a house. Then, I don't know, he has to be rescued by the horse. He has to fight spiders. And now he gets stabbed by some random woman in the forest. Cool. But she convinces him that he's an orc, and she pulls out the knife. I also found the scene kind of funny. And he says, yeah, maybe let it in. I'm not sure if this is true. Is it true? As somebody with medicine background, would it be better if you get stabbed in the leg by a knife to just let the knife in? Not a meat cute, but meat cut. I could imagine this maybe if the knife sticks, leave it in until you're at the hospital. Yeah, I would also assume. I think so. Isidro was right and said, no, you're not supposed to pull it out. And yeah, she uses some makeshift bandages that she made from this, I don't know, towel. Not a towel, but blanket or whatever of this card. So let us switch the scene here. And yeah, she kind of helps him, but it's not great. Oh yeah, remember Liana said he also has a medical background. I remember you mentioned that. Isidro doesn't get a break. No, he does not get a break. Now he even gets stabbed. And also the knife gets pulled out. He would bleed out very fast. Yeah, I could imagine that. Where the bleeding is. If you cannot stop the bleeding, like over an artery, you better leave it. Yeah. I mean, she was hiding. I'm not sure if you have the scene in your... Maybe we have to still show it. She heard steps, basically. She was hiding inside a thing. And when he passed by, he just stepped. So you could, in theory, tell, well, he was frightened. She didn't look who that was exactly. She just knew she needs to overwhelm whoever person that is, else she's maybe dead. There might be another reason for what she did there, though. I don't know. But here's the scene. So that's she hid under this cart. She saw somebody coming by and used the chance to stab without asking questions. Stab first, ask questions later. Yeah, for a collaborator or an orc or something like this. Oh, you did surgery for many years. Oh, okay. She may be freaked out. Maybe we skip a bit ahead because this might, like, I know it's a recap, but from this episode, she has a secret that she has not told. So maybe I find the in the last stream. People were brand marked. I mentioned this, but I didn't show you the mark for this. Here's the scene, and here you can see, he got like a brand mark, branding, whatever you call it, in his neck, and this is this gathering place symbol here that Adar still uses. That's kind of the symbol of Adar, and he had to swear allegiance to Adar as a result. And we know from the end of this episode, so this is, like I said, I assume you have seen the episode anyway. Now I just have to find the thing. And she was heating up like a knife, and I wondered, why does she heat up a knife? Is she injured? Does she need to remove a bullet or whatever you do in film with a heated knife? But Estrid has a sign of or this mark of Adar in his at her neck. So okay, that sounds really extreme and very impressive, Christiane. But yeah, coming back to the show here, like it's in Africa and stuff. That sounds during the civil wars there. That's extreme. Mine victims, yeah, that sounds terrifying. But yeah, as mentioned, Estrid has this mark in her neck, so she potentially also had to swear allegiance to Adar. I think this might lead to conflict. The question is now, is she like these other crazy people that have this mark and appear here and there? Is she really truthful to her allegiance to Adar, or is it just to survive? Like a lot of people maybe say, well, either I get killed or I get this brand mark. So she maybe said, I do this, but yeah. And what she's doing is she wants, in this show, like, does she want to, what do you think, Chat? Is she still on the side? Does she plan to betray Isildur? I think she does not really have a motive. Like, Isildur is not somebody that that Adar is searching for. It would be different if Isildur would be on the blacklist of Adar. You have to find him, bring him to me. That's not the task. So why should she remove this mark she has, or she doesn't remove it, she burns over it with another thing. And maybe the reason is, maybe she really likes these people and wants to stay with her and say, well, I have to leave this behind, so I have to get rid of this mark, else they won't trust me. Yeah, exactly. I also think Estrid tries to escape Adar's grasp. That's potentially the thing. Yeah, exactly. Many got the branding out of fear. For sure, that is true for her as well. She's very good at hitting it, though, to be honest. It's called she overrides the brand mark or whatever. I'm not sure how to call it. She overbrands it using this hot knife here. And it seems more important enough. Maybe she really likes Isildur because it seems, we know from trailers that they might get into a romantic relationship. That would be my guess also for the future anyway, to be honest. So that's, I think, not that big of a thing. No, that's also wrong. Estrid stabs him. They talk together. Yeah, and then they leave, basically, from there. And yeah, we have, interestingly, this here. Isildur and Estrid approach Pelargir. That's pretty cool, in my opinion. Because Pelargir we know from also Lord of the Rings. If you rent deeper, the nerves are dead and you get you do not feel it anymore. Okay, that makes kind of sense, I guess. But yeah, ouch is also something I would say. In the background, like, I don't know. Is there also a mark? Like, we have some beautiful landscape shots. Oh, there's something we missed, the map. We of course have to talk about Isildur's map. I know you people all love some map action. Now let me just check something really quick. Ah, there's a screenshot I was looking for. One moment, chat. We get there in a moment. I was wondering if there was some kind of waystone marker or whatever, but I don't think it is. Okay, so they come here, they look into the distance. They look also, like, especially Isildur looks like he has went through a lot. And he looks in the distance and he sees Pelargir. It's a bit tough to see even at 4K, and I feel like here my my stream was shutting down, was going down again to 1080p. I think this is not 4K resolution. Even though I captured it, then my OBS or the stuff I captured with just upscales it. It doesn't really look. What is noticeable though is that there at Pelargir, there are no harbors. There are no ships docked, and that is kind of what Isildur hoped, that there were still Númenórean ships, but they are not. So he looks there and says, "Oh no, the ships are gone." Yeah, Estrid is riding on Bedek with Isildur to Pelargir. That's the story. Let us look at the map of Isildur. Is there? I made another screenshot somewhere. This is made. Yeah, the map. Here it is, chat. Look at this map action. And yeah, we might look for a moment into what is on the map. The alphabet that we see here. Let me just see, where's my document for I need for that. Here it is. Okay, the easiest one is where the marker is, basically at the bottom. Here. That should be Pelargir, I would assume. I think we won't be able to read everything here on the map, to be fair. Nothing bonds you with a man like stabbing him. No, it doesn't. It's not Pelargia. It says Old Numenorian settlement. The question is, did the Numenorians already have settlements in this age? That's also kind of important information, I guess. So did Pelargia actually exist at this time, chat? So Pelargia, we know, was definitely created in the Second Age, that existed. The question is when? According to Tolkien Gateway, it says 2350. Pelargia is built, it becomes the chief haven of the faithful. Source for it is The Lord of the Rings, Appendix B, chat. 2350. What did I just say as a number, chat? Let's have a look at the Second Age thing. 2000. Yeah, 2350. Pelargia is built. It becomes the chief haven of the faithful Numenorians. So here we have a little time skip of almost, well, let's say of 800, 900, how many years? 700 years. A bit more, 750, maybe 800 years. Because the 3 rings are forged 1590 roundabout, and 2300 and 2350 Pelargia is built. It is, I'm not sure if it is there earlier, but just from the Tolkien book timeline, this kind of doesn't work too well, if I'm honest. No, it actually fits. So the letter that looks like an X with a thing is a P. The next letter is an E. The next letter is this weird... Could this be an L? Yeah, that is an L. Yeah, it definitely says then, if that is an A, Pelar, yeah, that is an A. The R is this weird symbol, Pelar. Is this letter? Yeah, it says Pelargia. Yeah, Pelargia, definitely. Oh, Rosemary, nice to see you. We just spent 14 hours with other Tolkien friends. Sinful. 14 hours. Amazing. So I hope you had a fantastic time. And now you are here. We just look at other stuff. You're just in time for translation. Yeah, we're just looking at translating what is here on the map. Currently we can read, as expected, this says Pelargir. This here is hard to decipher, if I'm honest with you people. The other text next to it. Pelargir. Okay, this is again, I would say Pelargir. Yeah, I'm 100% convinced it is Pelargir, but it should be. Some free interpretations of that. What is the other letter? S. What could this letter that looks like an S? It could be part of this other. It's an S at the end. What is the first letter? The first letter seems really hard to decipher. Does Afarazon in season 1 talk his son about old explorations before they cut off? Yeah, there was a mention in season 1 definitely for and there was also in some interview said that the Numenorians already had settlements. Maybe I should also switch the scene here so we can read the word I'm looking at. Can somebody read this here? That's very tough to read. So the first word here, maybe I go to studio mode. The first word, this is something like P La. I don't know where the R is. Maybe some letter is missing. Something. I could imagine it's pass or something, or streets or whatever. S. What could this other letter be? There's this weird. Could be a G or something. Or an O. I can't really read it if I'm honest, chat. Why don't we start a Sindarin course? I don't know, chat. Because Sindarin is very complicated. The first word of the second letter looks the same. What? The first letter of the second word looks the same. The same as what? Yeah, this is an invented script for the show, by the way. Pelagia. Like this here at the end, if this is one letter, the last letter, it's an S. The letter before this could be an D. Or maybe very strange G. I don't know. Then we would expect somewhere a vowel. The closest vowel thing this could be is maybe a U. Uts. Ooks. I don't get it. Maybe it's a diphthong. And it's roads or something. The first letter doesn't look like an R. Hmm. Diagonal. So I mean, it could. You mean this letter? It looks like what other letter? You mean this letter here? I mean, this here is the cleanest thing that writing-wise. This looks like an. What could this? I don't get this letter here and this L here. Like looks like an L and an O or something. This could be a D or something of sorts. I don't fully get it. Like this I don't understand. You know, we should read something that's easier to read. This here also maybe easier. I'm not sure if the first letter makes sense. Sometimes you have to give up. Little mouse droppings going through the trees. I mean, I assume this word here and this word are mostly identical. Maybe there's a small change in it, but I don't know. At least this is a P at the beginning. This is Pelargir. The first letter here I already have trouble reading. Not gonna lie. Maybe try our luck on the stuff, on the stuff that's easier to read. I don't know, chat. What is the first letter though, chat? Like this alphabet I'm not familiar with, unfortunately. But there's a river there. It should. Maybe we should look at what it should be, and not look at what it could be. That makes sense. Maybe the better KL. Wait a moment, chat. I need my atlas. What name could that be? Pelargia's Dream. Maybe, but let me see. Where do we have Pelargia? It's Mislon. That's too far north. Need the lens further south. So one is Ceres, should be the river there. There is the South Road there. The Great River, that's the Anduin. Pelargia is basically here. So this big river here should be the Anduin. Then the other river here should be the Ceres. So it should be, this is an S. Does this fit? Kind of. Yeah, that's an S actually. I'm just too stupid to read it. Then this must be, yeah, this is the I, yeah. C, this is the R. C, another I, yeah. C, the T and H then at the end, right? Let's suppose, okay, that's in TH. So got it. So this is Ceres. That's the river here in this area. Sometimes I don't know the river names. Stream. Not sure if this could be stream. Fonstead? Yeah, the Fonstead Atlas. Always helps. What scene is this? Who made this pencil? It's a map that Isildur has with him. This is potentially where they want to meet or something, and went to the Southlands to attack this village and defend it from the orcs in the first season. Problem here with the arrow is always moving the map around a bit. Ceres, this here then is maybe the land. The omega sign is in... is it an omega? No. Now my Greek alphabet is also confused. I think it's the phi, right? Yeah, it's phi, not omega. Oh, come on to how do I think of omega there? But the phi symbol there is an H. First symbol then is what? A bit stylized. It always makes it a bit tough for me. I'm not very good at reading this stuff. Either it's an F or... No, it's a D. So it's... This could be an S sound. There. The V, what was a V again? Oh, this is simply an S. Didn't we have this symbol there already? Sometimes, like I said, I'm not too familiar with this alphabet. This is the something. Okay, there's a special symbol there as well. Maybe? No, that is an U. That is, I think, a T. Uth. The south. E. Yeah, this. Isn't this something like a phi? Whatever. The. I hate every time. What is this thing here? It's my window capture. Every time I click on the window, it just moves like a different object. It's annoying to move the arrow around. Just have to get rid of all these things here. Just lock them, then it becomes easier for me to move stuff around. I'm too stupid to read this. Why is it so difficult sometimes for me? I think we even had this symbol here somewhere. Maybe not. It would be, yeah, then it TH would make sense at the end. The sound before this is an H, there's a T, there's a U. Here I would This is, I think, an S again. Like, it also looked like this here. The question is, what is this letter? Always annoying to not understand stuff right away. I see a lot of letters here on my list, but this one... It's an A, I would assume. Oh, it's a south. Man, why? Could have come up earlier with it. Of course, it's a south. Thank you, Rosemary. Okay, so we got this as well, the south. I think we have seen this map somewhere in Medial and we looked at this. And this is also an A, I would assume. Just let me double check if it's really an A. Oh, cool. Now I closed here my little table thing. Kind of cool that some people composed this. But yeah, this must be then the A again. A weird symbol here. I think we have read this here somewhere on the other map. So it's just the standard Numenorian map. They have the south. What is this symbol again? I can't just keep it in my mind. That's maybe the R. And then this weird symbol there in the corner. What is that supposed to be? Maybe an N? I would expect a vowel there. I don't get it. Doesn't matter too much. We can't read it. And oh, it's a double thing. ARP, you think? Yeah, it could be an R. BB maybe. I mean, it could be an R, yes. Yeah, it should be an R, you're right. ARP. What R things do we have here in Mordor? I'm not sure. I would have to watch my old stream. It's not complete, so it becomes difficult to read. And this handwritten stuff here is just very tough to read. Here we have the symbol again. It's the same letter as this one here. Yeah. R. It's maybe a letter missing there. I don't know, chat. I mean, I could try. Which episode is it? Is it 6? We could try to see the full map on the other episode, where Medial sits in the ship and looks at the map. Promise, I don't know which episode Medial's on the ship. And it's also episode 6 then. Maybe I can find the screenshot of the complete map. I guess could help in some way. Oh, it's so annoying to navigate this. Yeah, it gets too complicated, I think, if we dive too deep into this. But there was another map of Miriel, I call it. It looks like that, chat. No, it is not Tengwar. It's the Numenorian. Ostus Duzels, also nice to see you. It's the Tengwar alphabet. Not the Tengwar, it's a Numenorian one that is made up for the show. Maybe there's another map in episode 5, but yeah, I don't know. That's at least one map I found. And I think last time we looked, we also found Pelargir on the map. Yeah, it is on Miriel's map too. I found a better screenshot. That was already on the map. So it was not a surprise that Pelargir is on the map, but here would be Pelargir. And then we had like all kinds of other names which we tried to read here on this map and so on. No, it is written in in Pelargir is a Sindarin name, so it's Sindarin actually. And the south is English. I can send you, like, I'm not sure if it helps you in a way. Let me just see. I can send you over the Discord my table for these symbols, if that would help you, or if you're not sure if you have it your own, or want to find it your own. Let me just see. Should be that one. I don't know who made this. I would like to credit him, but I don't know. I found it online. Okay. It's not something Tolkien invented, but yeah, it's nonetheless interesting. The problem is really, like, Pelargir is on the map. That is where he wants to go. This means the south. I could imagine this here is an L for lens, the south lens, or something like that. That's what this is supposed to mean. The biggest problem, though, is the handwriting here. That is so hard to read for me. I'm not good at this. Well, not really a genius, else I could read this, I think, better. But what is this letter supposed to be? I'm too stupid to see it. It looks like an 8. Or an end. This classical on the keyboard, this end symbol. It's a bit stylized with this little line here. Like, I don't get it. What is this supposed to be? I mean, it could be a P again. Like the same letter as Pelagia. So strange. Especially, it also appears somewhere else. Here, this letter. I think that's the same, but I don't understand what it should be. If we could just reliably read the rest of the word, it would help. I assume this is then a new letter. I assume it's a T. This here, maybe. This here would be a U. Not sure what's in between though. No, it's not the U. Maybe, no, it's not the U. It is. No, it's strange. They're not in this list, not that many letters that have this line above it. Only the E. The U. Is there another letter that has it? Maybe there's some... Maybe it's a leftover from the other letter that is here. So if this is, as said, a T, maybe. I'm not sure what this here in between is supposed to be. This letter looks also so strange. S would go into the other direction. G would look different. I don't see it, chat. Maybe it's just gibberish. This is maybe helpful because... Okay, chat. This then is supposed to be a... It's a D. It's DH. So they write TH is like in think, and the TH in they write DH. So this is a D. This is the. English the. And this is also a D here. T something something D. This here also, no idea what that's supposed to be. This here also, I don't get. Strange letter. Maybe a U, D, and this thing here at the end. It's an S, I would assume. Uts. I think the last word ends in ET. It could be something like this. But I don't know, chat. It's very unfortunate, very tough to read. But curious. So we maybe have to do our homework at some point, because else we will never finish the stream, chat. We could sit here for hours and try to decipher this. But the handwritten stuff is just very tough to read for me. Pel. This is really hard to read. Even reading this here, I know it is supposed to mean something like Pelagi or something, but it's just impossible to do this here on a stream, or for me this late. But yeah, it's at least something interesting we could try to discover. I think the knowledge we get from this will be absolutely disappointing at the end. But yeah, I don't know. At least the P they write kind of different. If anybody tells me these showmakers are nerdy, I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, for sure. It's a bit unfortunate that it's so hard to decipher. I think it's a cool idea that somebody writes notes. Something is also like removed here. What do you call this? Durchgestrichen. But yeah, I think we won't solve the mystery that is this word here for now, even though it's a very short one. Because I can't read the first letter. I mean, it could be roads or something like that. Because this must be a D, as we just learned. There are not that many words that ends on DS. I'm pretty sure it's a D and an S at the end. Roads. Maybe it's some weird diphthong symbol that we don't know from the list. Like we know that the A sound, AE, is also written like a beta, something like this in this direction. But then it must be an R. It doesn't look like an R, the first letter, though. Maybe woods, yes. This is maybe a double O sound. Maybe they have a weird way of writing the O when it's a double, or it's an U. Woods, W. W looks very different. But Pelargia would make the most sense, to be honest. But why does the W look so strange here? Like I know the triangle as a V. Yeah, it will close Pelargia Street. Yep. Pelargia Woods would make sense. Indeed. I still don't understand how out of this letter that looks like kind of a C or something becomes this weird other letter. Like I simply don't see it. And we have seen this letter multiple times. I think I've seen this letter on another map and I couldn't make any sense out of it. Maybe W or something. It is interesting, nonetheless, though. Probably very boring for the stream for a lot of people to watch at this map and us trying to find out what could be written there. But it is definitely something that is written on there, and at least somebody put in the work to write this down and make sense out of it, or to figure us out. But I think it's kind of cool little task to find this out. I would also say how this becomes like woods, I have no idea. Don't worry, blinded fool. We should definitely move on, else we sit here in 50 hours still. Cactus. I also thought it means kind of, I don't know, Sprachgebrauch, something like this. Whatever. It seems also to come down to shape of letters. Very interesting. Well, that's gone. So the south was also already harder than it needed to be. Pelargia Woods. I mean, that would make the most sense. If this is a W, then I don't get this formation here. Very strange. So okay, I don't know, chat. We have to give up. We maybe figure it out later, chat, for sure. Now that's the one you found. It's also not bad. How does the W? Yeah, the W looks very different here on this one. Now maybe that is a bit more helpful. Also, you have the A. So it seems like there's some symbols for diphthongs in this as well. Maybe we don't have all of them. But whatever. This is how this image looks in full screen. We have then, we continue to where we were. So these two here, Estrid and Isildur, continue to this place here called Pelargir. And in theory, it should not exist yet, I would say, because it did not exist at the time around when the One Ring was created. Like we said in the Lord of the Rings, Appendix B, it says it was created 2350. Yeah, Pelargir's built. Interestingly, at this time, also the Nazgul are 100 years before it's built. The Nazgul are first time mentioned. That's also like an interesting detail. And yeah, the next scene is kind of also interesting. Now I'm unfortunately at the completely wrong clip here for the next few screenshots I might need. And this we have also seen in the trailer. So there's this waylaid person. Let's show what here, what's going on in chat. What exactly is the problem, Sean? I don't fully understand. They get screwed. Yeah, whatever, I guess. But yeah, here we see Isildur seeing a poor man who is waylaid. And it's an interesting scene. Like, Estrid is a bit more skeptical about this. She's turning around and looking for a trap. Let me just bring it on screen. But Isildur is such a nice guy that he decides to at least help him, to see if he's alright, maybe give him some food even. I don't hit this freaking bar here. And he gives him, I don't know, if it's potato or some bread or something. I mean, in theory, you could argue, well, he's close to Pelargir. It's soon he might be able to get some food anyway. But still a very nice gesture to stop his path, even as he's also wounded. He limps towards the men, gives him some food, and then they just do this. Those people give millions PTSD. But let's not talk about other shows, because then we will never finish here our little recap / analysis stream. We are at a very bad pace anyway. I'm still talking about Isildur. We are 4 hours in, and I have 2 more story parts to discuss. And poor Isidore gets in trouble again. But yeah, I found it kind of funny how out of this little broken card, suddenly so many people came out. Reminded me of this, I know. And actually, the one guy was behind the card. Now from above you see it, so... Let me just show it to you. I thought they came all out of this little card, but they did not. If you look closely, you notice that one dude is behind the card, it seems. Yeah, maybe he gets out there from behind. One guy comes from inside the card. I could swear there was like some shot where you could see a little bit inside the card for a moment, but I maybe remember it wrong. Still interesting. The clown car, exactly. Let me just see if I can find it. It's a bit tough to find this. So he goes there, gives him some food. Then he notices that something is wrong. Ah yeah, that is how Isidore notices is wrong. Man has Ada mark on his arm. So that is how Isidore at least... Through me. How Isidore at least saw this ambush coming. Should have mentioned that. There's this mark. And then Isidore really has to take a beating in this section here. Yeah, Isidore's stuck a nightmare day for sure. And the guy has like, I don't know what it is, like a hammer or something like this. Maybe it's just a club, hard to tell. I think though it's something like a hammer also. And he hits him, maybe it's also an axe, hard to tell. He hits him on his injured leg as well, on the wound. And then this other dude comes out and punches him in the face. And he falls over, and then they grab the horse. And throw Astrid off it as well. Into the dirt. And Astrid. So, yeah. That is a bad day for both of them, I think. Maybe that also confirms her further that being in allegiance with Ada is not really helpful for them and their cause. Arondir, however, shows up. And yeah, kills these people here. We have seen this scene in the trailer multiple times. Yeah, it's funny that Middle-earth was so empty in season 1, but now it is full to the brim with robbers. Belag has really gone downhill. The crime rate is soaring, yeah, for sure. And yeah, one guy tries to escape, but not when Arondir is around. I also like that Arondir actually gets his arrow back from this dude that he just... No, he gets it back from the original dude. But very nice of Isildur to give the men food. Remind me a bit of Mirdania in the other episode, that because she's... it's kind of nice of her that she's worried about Halbrand staying out in the cold and he's injured. Maybe we should help him. These nice people get tricked so easily, it seems. I would also get tricked, I think. He's no endless arrows Legolas for sure, that's true. I mean, he could have retrieved more arrows, I think, if he would want to, but whatever. Yeah, at least the housing prices might be very good. And yeah, Arondir moves back to Pelargir, and Isildur, though, wants to get his horse back, but he knows, of course, it's a stupid idea to run after the horse and the robbers in his current state, so he has to maybe recover for a moment or two. And then at the beginning of the stream, we talked about Bronwyn. Bronwyn's funeral, potentially the best word. Unfortunately, we learn next that Bronwyn died. The actress left the show, stopped acting at all, and does some other career now. And as a result, she can't be in the show anymore, which is a bit unfortunate. And the explanation they give in the show, I can already tell you what is said there, just to cover it very fast, because maybe make some haste here, is that Bronwyn, that these orcs' arrows are kind of nasty, so to say. For the human flesh remembers them, or something like this, says Arondir, and does not forget them easily. And often orc arrows are poisoned and so on. So they say they thought she would get better, but then it got worse and she died, unfortunately. And the reason is the actress left the show and they did not recast her and potentially make some changes to the story. No good deed goes unpunished, yeah. That is unfortunately true here in this world, it seems. And it is, of course, her son Theo who has to light the pyre. Let me just see. Theo lights. This is the first time we see Theo, I think, in the show again, in episode 3. And yeah, I don't know. He has a strange way of kind of processing the loss of his mother. And he kind of takes the torch out of the hand of Arondir just lights a pyre and goes to the water, wants to be alone, does not even want that, I don't know, he potentially blames Arondir for it or so, I don't know. So I think for me, it felt a bit strange his way how he deals with the grief or with the situation. I don't know, but it's hard to tell in such an extreme situation here. But yeah, Arondir kind of tries to at least offer to stay at his side, but yeah, he heavily refuses this. And Arondir is potentially a bit worried about Theo and how he might deal with this grief. And Theo lets him know that he does not want to talk to him. So that, I think, does not help. So poor Arondir has like lost his girlfriend and potentially can't even help her son, which is maybe all that is left. But it seems like Isildur has better chances to connect with Theo, so that I found also interesting that this works a bit better. There's later another scene where this becomes even more clear. And here, well, we talked already a bit about it, but our friend Estrid sits at the fire and prepares her knife. In the night, a little bit later, and then Isildur comes to her and they talk a little bit. And Isildur also opens up a little bit. Like in season 1, he never really told what happened to his mother in detail. He even tells that nobody really knows that it was kind of his fault that his mother drowned while trying to save him. So that's kind of a big revelation. In this regard, or for his storyline, I mean, it's not that big, but Theo can kind of connect can kind of connect to him as a result. In the end, all three are weeping at the fire, exactly. Also, Paul, nice to see you. I like that Theo took the torch. I mean, come on, that is his mother, and Arondir and Brondin weren't even that official. Yeah, for sure, that it makes sense that he grabs it. But the way he just lightens the fire and goes away without saying a word. I mean, it makes sense as Christiane writes his bachelor. The boy is in puberty, and puberty is always difficult. Exactly. They both have mummy grief for sure. He's a teen, and grieving people can lash out when they grieve. Yeah, for sure. Like it makes sense what happens here, but it's kind of interesting to see how this plays out. I'm not sure, Chad, what your opinion is. I think it was overall played pretty well. Yeah, for sure. It's a complicated situation. Nico, welcome to the stream. Ain't gonna lie, watch the show and don't know much about the lore apart from your videos. Well, if you watched all my videos, you should be an absolute expert in lore, to be honest. But goddamn, they take their time doing anything. Yeah, that is true. I mean, though, that's also kind of Tolkien in a way. Tolkien always took his time for his stories as well. Maybe with the exception of The Hobbit. I think The Hobbit was a bit faster paced. The shorter book, Lord of the Rings, though. That takes quite a bit of time. If you think about it, like the first book, they just get to Rivendell. That's the first book of 6. Like each book is divided into books, into sub-books, so to say. And yeah, and at the end, as said, all are weeping on the fire, at the fire. And then at the end, we had the scene with the knife. So we in this scene, it's revealed that Estrid has this mark on her back, and she wants to take a hot knife to get rid of it. Maybe because she likes Isildur, maybe, I don't know. Enter a reason for this. I'm not sure if I have a Estrid Isildur scene here that I can go back to. Maybe because she likes Isildur and thinks, what would he think of her when he finds out that he swore allegiance to Adar or something. And yeah, then Isildur leaves, and Theo said to Isildur that he should come at night somewhere there. And then Isildur is doing sneaky things. He sneaks to his horse in this bandit camp that he found. They teleported there, of course. But I don't mind that, to be honest, because it's not that, I guess, that important. We're back to we need to do setup stuff. Burning off her brand that brand makes her an oathbreaker, which could be trouble for her. Yeah, potentially. I watched the videos. Retaining is another thing. And even with the books I've listened to on audio, there's still meaningful pieces. A lot of the show seems like fluff. Yeah, kind of, for sure. Yeah, oaths are of course very dangerous, but especially the Halbrand taking the oath in front of Adar. I think that Halbrand or Sauron thought for a moment, how can I phrase it to not get into trouble? That's, I guess, kind of the thing. But yeah. Now we're also back to very dark images. So now it's also time for Isildur to to pay back his dues to his horse friend. And tries to free it, and the bandits notice him. Unfortunately. Especially this guy says somebody is at the horses or something. And then comes Theo and distracts the bunch here. He shows him his mark that he got from the sword. And yeah, they don't believe Theo that this is, I don't know, some important mark or something. And they try to grab Theo. And I don't know exactly what was going on. But there suddenly an axe flies into the man next to Theo. I don't know why that is. Interestingly. But wasn't it also that this one guy was felling a tree? I think it was. So my theory, my call for the next few episodes, you maybe can't really see it well. Yeah, that is from the sword hilt from the first season. That is the key to the dam and whatever magical sword of thoughts. Yeah, I would also call for ends here. Yeah, I'm very curious what happens with Astrid after betraying her oath, if that has a consequence or not. Maybe, maybe not. I think there's definitely some conflict potential. And yeah, the most important part is, of course, that also Theo has Galadriel's sword with him. That's also kind of interesting. And he looks up. So Theo looks up to an end. The other dudes here, like he can maybe potentially escape. Maybe they're even more than one end. I don't fully know. And yeah, Isidore can escape with his horse friend. So that also works, and I wouldn't say everybody's happy, but kind of, right? What's interesting is that Theo gets lifted up. It's very tough to show you in a screenshot. Like he lets loose of his sword. Let me see, chat. Where is it? Here it is. Images. Here he stands, lets his sword of Galadriel fall down, and then he's lifted up. So I assume it's an end or multiple ends even that helped him against the bandits. Which is kind of cool, I think. And this is the last thing we actually see of this particular story arc, chat. That was the Southland story arc. And what story arc do we cover next, chat? Now I would say next we go to Numenor finally. And that's also an interesting one. So, Numenor. I have to reduce the brightness again, the gamma. Should do the trick. Yeah, lots of ends in those Pelargia woods. I mean, if we look at where the ends are, you could... I wouldn't say it's nearby, but kind of... So the Endwives are basically, I mean, here's Fangorn. Maybe we need to move up a bit. Pelargia is here. Here's Fangorn. And the Endwives move to the east. So here in this region, where later the Brownlands are. So in this region they move. You could maybe make an argument that maybe some also moved the way down here. That there was end movement, though, is kind of hard to dispute, I would say. But... nonetheless, it's strange. But yeah, we jump back to Numenor. Do you think they will Endwife stuff? Heard someone talk about where the location of the Endwives were. Like I said, they are east of the Anduin, this river here. And I could imagine that they go for it, because there's one letter of Tolkien in the context of the Second Age, very late though, where the Endwives appear for the last time and where we learn a few things or potential theories what might have happened to them. And as a result, I could imagine, it's not necessary in the Lord of the Rings, not sure if they write to the context or the contents of those letters, but Endwives also are mentioned in Lord of the Rings, so yes, I guess it would be possible. The problem is, of course, a bit in what context. From the trailer, we also saw an End already, and the voice sounded somewhat female for some people. And as a result, people assume it's an Endwife, but who knows? We will learn more in the future, I think. Frederick. I hate Kemen and Earien. I also hope... we had this in previous stream as well. I'm not sure if it was you, Nico, or somebody else who also said, yeah, I was hoping that the eagle would bite his head off. Sounds very familiar. I'm afraid I must go to bed. I will join more illegally. from episode 4 onwards. This weekend was just atypically busy. I feel the same. I'm also quite tired. But I still have to go for 4 hours or so. I hope not, but it might end. I might end like that. Yeah, the elves of Tol Eressëa gave the Palantiri to the Númenóreans. But yeah, the Númenóreans had 7 of those, as far as we're aware. Yeah, the Palantiri were potentially less an issue when when Sauron had none of them. That is true as well. Yeah, Aryan turned out to be a snake. Yeah, her father is also not happy with that. I can definitely tell that. But to be fair, I mean, it's always an art to make it. I guess it's not that difficult, but the actors and so on, yeah, and the script and how the characters are written make it hard to like them. So that's not a bad thing if you don't like a character, right? I think they are not written as characters we completely should be have sympathy for. That's, I think, not their purpose. Elendil also looks at her when she when Earian talks. Like, what did you just say? Let me just bring up the next screen. So there's this. I feel very sad for Miriel though. She gets a lot of flack and she has to endure it, and she had it not easy. And she had this one moment in episode 6 where she thought, awesome, I did something good. She was really happy about it. And I also felt happy for her that she had this feeling. But then the volcano broke out and everything went downhill from there. So Chris, does that tie in with the whole idea that Black Númenóreans was becoming a thing with the elf fate and so on? So yeah, in Númenor there are multiple factions. The Lords of Andunia, that also Elendil is in theory part of. I'm not sure how the show is using this. Those were the faithful, and there were people who were still faithful in the ways of the Valar, so the powers of the West Continent and the elves, and were friends to the elves, in theory at least, because the elves at some point stopped visiting. And then there were these so-called kingsmen that were on the side of the kings who were basically opposing the faithful. The faithful had only one king, that was King Tar Palantir, that died here at the end of last season. And Tar Palantir was basically in the books the last faithful king. He was kind of an exception because there was a long time of not faithful kings. And then in the context of the last king of Númenor, the term, I think, kingsmen appeared, where the people are at the side of the king who opposes the faithful and the ways of the elves, to potentially claim something like immortality for the Númenóreans. Because here, in the preparations for the funeral, so to say, or to not celebrating, but you know what, celebrating the death sounds wrong, but have to hold this memory of Tar Palantir and so on. It was already implied that death is kind of a thing that plays a certain role in the minds of the Númenórean, that they are potentially not happy with, and They want to preserve their memory for eternity in a way. Even though they can't cheat death, they want to at least do that, if that makes sense. So they already hinted towards this topic, and I think this will more intensify throughout the season. And the starts of that we see already here. I think Earian definitely blames Miriel for the death of Isildur, for sure. Yeah, the Palantiri can't look into the future. Maybe at most to the past, but not to the future. That's an invention of the show. Also, she has a relationship, it seems, with Kemen, and Kemen is the son of Pharazôn, and he's naturally also more on the side, potentially, of those who would oppose the faithful. So it kind of makes sense that maybe this influence also pushes Earian to this direction, even though she might have been on this side for some time. And I think her father, like Elendil, like the name Faithful says, he's faithful to a potentially faithful queen. Elendil says, as king, he always protected the faithful. I shall miss him. That's what Elendil is saying here. And the Aryan basically says, you don't need to blame yourself for the death of Isildur, which Elendil potentially does. And Earian basically says, yeah, you have to blame another one. Then we get like a flashback where Earian got talked to Tar Palantir shortly before his death. And then she had a look at the Palantir. What is interesting, I always asked myself during the show, I'm not sure if it's officially confirmed or not, but I think the actress of Earian was actually pregnant during that scene. She's also wearing some white clothes, but I think she was pregnant at this time. There's like some behind the scenes stuff where you see it maybe a bit better. It doesn't matter anyway. Blame is pettiness and should not be a feature of Elendil's family, in my opinion. I mean, they're just humans. Of course, you search the blame if your brother dies to someone. At least that's a motive I can understand. The wrong button, chat. Where is the right one? Yeah, Elendil has it not easy with his kids, that's for sure. So yeah, then Medial enters this particular place. I don't have fully understood what is going to happen there anyway, if I'm completely honest with you. But yeah, then Medial comes, Elendil is at her side, which is often the case after what happened in the Southlands. The family was too wholesome, maybe. I mean, we don't know that much about the family, but we know about some of their most important deeds only. Yeah, I think it would be too... I don't know. We will see how it plays out. I don't mind the drama that they add that to the show. It might... Like... The scripts are very vague. What's then an interesting scene? A woman, a mother of a fallen soldier, then comes up to Miriel and slaps her in the face. That was also like an interesting scene, I have to admit. But it kind of, I don't know. I found this, how Miriel handled the scene, kind of impressive, I have to admit. So yeah, the Numenor scene's completely confusing. They kind of are, I think. Isildur has to return to Numenor because he needs to steal the fruit of the White Tree. That is true. Maybe, I mean, in theory, Anarion could steal them, which we haven't seen yet. The eagle scene is also confusing me greatly. Is all this going to go off with the Alliance War? Seems like they are missing the Alliance War. So basically, there's the Numenorian plot line, and it ends at some point. And then some of the Numenorians have to go to Gondor and found new kingdoms there. That is Elendil, Isildur, and Anarion. So these three will found new kingdoms, Gondor and Arnor. These two kingdoms they will found in Middle-earth in the far future. And then in this time period, they Sauron attacks Gondor, and then Elendil forges the last alliance of elves and men, goes to Gondor to help his son Isildur there, and together they push back Sauron to Mordor and then besiege Barad-dûr, the Black Tower of Sauron, for 7 years. Isildur is killed in this time during the siege, and Anarion is killed during this time. At the end, Gil-galad, Elendil throw over Sauron, both die in the process, and Isildur cuts off the finger with the One Ring from Sauron's hand, while Sauron is basically still overthrown, to finish him off basically, and takes the One Ring for his heirloom, and then we have that's the end of the prologue of the Lord of the Rings basically. According to some rumors, Anarion will be in the show, yes. Yeah, maybe Elendil steals the fruit. I mean, in theory, Elendil is actually not the leader of the father of Elendil. Amandil becomes the leader of the faithful at some point. He's the Lord of Andúnir, and yeah, Amandil then tries to contact the Valar, but fails I assume in this context, and then Elendil takes over from his father. I think that will be different here in the show. It would be too many characters. Yeah, I like the actress a lot, and I always feel so bad for her because she lives like in the worst period to live in Numenor ever. I think Elendil will find this out himself. He doesn't need Amandil for that, in my opinion. Yeah, of Amandil's fate, the book says no tale tells. That is true. Still, I'm very sad. Always feel bad. Like, she lost her eyesight. And I'm very curious. This scene I have not fully understood yet. Now I understand this scene. Okay. Commando back. Take it back. I understand why this scene exists. Also, what is strange in the show is that, like, at the beginning in season 1, Miriel pretends that she doesn't know Elendil. Like, Elendil is literally the son of the Lord of Andunia, or he is the Lord of Andunia. Of course, he knows who Elendil is. Elendil is not just some soldier in her army or so. Elendil is related to Miriel, actually. Like somebody said earlier, there is a female Silmarillion, I think is her name. She was the firstborn, but at this time, females could not become queen of Numenor, so her brother became the king of Numenor, and from this line is Miriel. And the Lords of Andunia are from the sisters line. In the next scene, yeah, well, it's not I'm not even sure if that's the next scene, to be honest. Oh, there's one detail I have forgotten to show you. She hugs the mother, and which complains a bit about that. These, I don't know, these shells or whatever, these seafood shell things are kind of weird thing to compensate for the death of the fallen soldiers and so on. There's another scene here. Maybe I take a later screenshot there you can see him better. I think his name is Lord Balzegar or something like this. So before we get to Miriel, we have this scene at this event there. And yeah, Farazon greets this guy and hugs him and so on. He's, I think, from the Northern families or something. Maybe let me look this up. Yeah, he says Lord Belzagar. That is the name. Nobles from the North. Belzagar. Belsagar, that's the name. From the Norse. Perhaps sometimes typing stuff out, it helps memorizing. Yeah, there is a Lord Kalmakil, that's a king. And he later calls himself Belsagar. But that's not the same that we see here, I would assume. I think they just used the name here. Yeah, the king's men call him Belsagar. This was the first time that the king's name was spoken in Adunaic. After that comes Ardamin, Adunakor. There's quite a few. Adunakor, Vimrathon, Salkthor, Gimilzor, and then comes Tar Palantir. A lot of weird names. And after Tar Palantir comes Tar Miriel. But yeah, in the time of this dude, Belsagar / Tar Kalmakil, I think then it slowly starts in the direction to go into the direction of the King's Men. Interesting. And they made Elendil a nobody. That find also a bit strange. I mean, the Númenóreans have very long lifespans of 200 plus years, or 150, 200. Early kings of Númenor could live 500 years. So they have quite a bit of time, but of course they have to they compress time heavily here on this show. Sounds like Nazgul material. I'm curious what they do. We know that I think 3 or 4 of the Nazgul were Númenóreans. Not sure which chapter it is written. Either Akalabes. That is. Yet Sauron was ever guileful, and it is said that among those whom he ensnared with the 9 rings, 3, not 4, were great lords of Númenórean race. So yeah, that is a potential that we might see some potential future Nazgul here as well, but who knows. He wants mainly everlasting life, and he attacks Sauron because Sauron calls himself Lord of Middle-earth, or Lord of the World even. Sauron was always so humble with his naming. But it was not helping, like Sauron basically called out the Númenóreans, and then the Númenóreans came for Sauron, and the army was so big that he basically surrendered, but he doesn't need an army, or he can't defeat Númenor with an army. What he needs is to sneak in, and then he starts playing. I'm very curious how this turns out in the end, to be honest. Like I don't know. The Halbrand thing also felt a bit like what Halbrand did to Celebrimbor, or Sauron to Celebrimbor, and sneaking into Númenor. Already felt like, yeah, well, we are this like the oldest trick. He just said, yeah, Galadriel would say this, and he fell for it, and at the end, he was in, and now all he needed to do at some point is telling Celebrimbor what he wanted to hear, and then all happened on its own. And we come to there is some, from the previews, there is some walking in the water and some sea trial coming up, but what exactly the background is, we don't know. We might speculate about this at the end of the episode, of this stream here. I'm also curious if he will marry her. In theory, he might marry her just to have a legal claim on the throne, because then, you know, that makes kind of most sense. Even though they are actually cousins. But I guess that's not too big of a deal in Tolkien's world at times as well. And we need to move on a little bit, chat. So Miriel is holding that's a good screenshot. Miriel hides when Pharazôn enters and wants to talk about the colors of her dress for her coronation. What is armband in English? Bracelet is what I'm searching for. Interestingly, Miriel will make a very interesting discovery, I would say. But yeah, she hides this bracelet from Pharazôn when he comes in, and Pharazôn also really tries to convince Miriel. But what I like about Miriel is that she stays strong and says, no, that is my decision. Yeah, like Pharazôn tries to sell her on the red, but a queen has already decided, and of course does not change her mind. It also feels like, I don't know, it feels a bit like Pharazôn wants to test if he can. I'm not sure if it's a test by Pharazôn, if he can convince her to see, I don't know, if she's strong in her mind, she's sticking to her decision. Maybe also, can I manipulate her a little bit? What is possible for once. Maybe he also really likes red better because, as he says himself, the red maybe shows like a new future or something. I have forgotten what his argument for this is. What his argument for this is for this was Pharason. And Pharason also often wears red, interestingly. But yeah, Miriel is not impressed. And yeah, something interesting happens after that. First of all, there's a dialogue somewhere else. But let's skip to what Miriel does next. Miriel needs this bracelet to open the secret door to the Palantir, and when she does, the Palantir is gone. And we later learn who might have the Palantir, and now we jump back in the chronology to this table here. Let me just switch chat. This found like so many characters I don't like sitting on a table. But yeah, they do a good job of playing characters that I don't like, so I can't complain too much about this. Yeah, maybe trying to throw off balance or something. Definitely. Testing the grounds. She was, yeah, Miriel was Queen Regent before, yes. Yeah, the father was still alive, but couldn't reign anymore, and she took over basically as a regent. Yeah, 1,800. From about this time onward, the Númenóreans began to establish dominions on the coast. Sauron extends his power eastwards. The shadow falls on Númenor. That's 1,800. 200 years after the One Ring is forged, roundabout. It says circa 1,800. And this must have... it's hard to tell, actually, who was king. Who was king of Númenor? I don't know exactly who was king there. I have to admit. Tar Minastir was ruler at this time. 1731 to Second Age to 869. In this time, roundabout. You could say maybe Kiryatan, because it says Númenor established a settlement that was under Kiryatan. So the successor of Minas Tirith. But around this time, the shadow fell on Númenor, as Tolkien describes in Appendix B. Yeah, the chessboard theme on the background is a nice touch for sure. I always thought about this as might be a color coding, that the faithful have a specific style of color, so I don't know. Hard to tell. Interestingly, Pharazôn tells about his father. That must be the uncle of Miriel. Gimli-Cat is the name of him, of the father of Pharazôn. And he was a brother of Tar-Palantir. I'm not sure if they established that Miriel and Pharazôn are kind of related, but I think they are. There's like a small mention somewhere. I'm not sure though. Howdy all. Sums up to the great lore knowledge and fair criticism of adaptations on this channel. Thank you, much appreciated. Bracelet is better. Yeah, bracelet. Yeah, I'm also pretty sure he calls him the cousin at some point, which is actually true. Then later in this table, Valandil, the best friend of Isildur, shows up here. And he's also more positive on the Queen, because the Queen was with him on the battlefield. I found this a very interesting idea, that people who, like, I don't know, there might be other kings. I'm not sure how to be fair, in the books, Pharazôn also went on with his men on the battlefield. It's not like that. But there are other kings sometimes who send their soldiers and stay at home where it's safe. You know what I mean? But Valandil reports he shed blood with the queen on the battlefield. So he respects her as a result. I always pictured Pharazôn with an eye patch for some reason. Well, I don't also know where this impression comes from. I'm currently just checking the dialogue here again for a moment. Half filled with wine. Crimson for Numenor's future, white for her past. That's what he says. Yeah, Miriel says her father wore white. That and an eagle. Auspicious omen. Vielversprechendes, glückversprechendes in German. Yeah. A promising omen. If an eagle would appear. And we know from the trailers already that an eagle will appear. So that's kind of interesting, going here through the dialogue. Like the sun rises, a new monarch, he says. It will show the people you are the new kind of ruler for a new day. They need change. The white, it is humbler. Interesting. Interesting detail in this regard. Yeah, Kemen complains about, in this scene, just checking, like I said, the dialogue. Kemen mentions that he suffered an infirmity, so she has basically the blindness kind of impairs her. She's not fit to rule, basically. And Belzagar says the boy is not wrong. You were nearly chosen to rule in her stead. That's actually not true, because there was no choice. Miriel was simply from the actual, like, Palantir's daughter, while Pharazôn is as mentioned, the son of Tar Palantir's brother, so a cousin, and the cousin does not rule if there can be a queen. And it's a long tradition in Numenor that also females can rule. Unfortunately, not good for the lords of Andunia. But yeah, they also, as a result, at least became advisors of the king and so on. All Numenorians' armor is white too, so it seems their traditional color. Yeah, potentially good point. Are they pretending Numenor has elections? Yeah, something like this. Much of this land still believes that you was a better claim. And then supplant a queen. That's also an interesting phrase. So many is hardly enough to supplant a queen. I mean, Pharazôn doesn't say, well, you are wrong. No, he says, well, many is not enough. And then Earian suggests that she knows someone who could turn many into enough. And she says, yeah, why would somebody not bring it forth then? It could be, she could be afraid, or the person that does this could be afraid that something might happen. They should show voting booth. No, that would go too far, to be honest. I'm voting for Miriel, even though she seems too conservative for my liking. She's at least nice, which is different, I think, for a lot of these other people. Kind of like Belzagar because he looks like one of the most unlikable people on Earth in this scene. I don't know how he does it, but he managed to do that. Look at that chat, and it's not making people happy. Can't wait to see Fathers of meeting his maker. Technically, he will not meet his maker because it's even worse. He is like in this weird state of trapped of eternity because of his audacity. The Caves of the Forgotten. The Caves of the Forgotten were possibly fictitious cave complex believed to have been formed out of the hills that buried the Numerian invaders of the Blessed Realm. Yet they are said to lie imprisoned within the Cave of the Forgotten, awaiting the day of the last battle when they will be released from their caves. I know. But in the show, who knows what they will do? That's true. They know that the volcano outbreak was not her fault. Yeah, that they should definitely know, in my opinion. But yeah, this dialogue is kind of interesting, so also kind of helpful to check it again a bit. The Valar rest him and keep him, he says. I should have liked to have been there. Especially given the low class of folk that were. I like how Valandir kind of. I also like how Kevin, did you just insult my father? No, I insulted you. Kind of like that line. Valandir is kind of angry, very curious what happens with them, but it turns out, like we see in the trailer, that they might also have an argument later again, and it's interesting to kind of see that, how this might turn out in the end. Yes, Valandir knows how Miriel lost her eyesight, and that was because there was fire, there was a house, people were buried, and she tried to help those people. And in this process, she lost her eyesight. So he makes here an argument, of course, for her and was impressed by this. There's some good lines here by Valandil. I like him, I have to admit. You speak ill of the queen again, it'll be you who suffers an infirmity. Still, I also find it strange, like Valandil asks him, what are these high-class ministers doing in the old quarters for like the soldiers or so? I like how it says, how Kim says, plain enough for today. Okay, I need to find the scene, the cool screenshot with him. But yeah, I kind of like this scene. Not sure how chat like this, but I mean, of course, people like it when somebody stands up to not so nice people simply. I think Kemen will not forget about this, for sure. Is Numenor a democracy now? Someone better tell Medial. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not necessarily about democracy here in this case. Like, especially with kings, it's can the king claim the ruling over the people, and do the people support him enough, or his nobles and so on? Like, if you have nobody wanting you, then it's very easy for king to be usurped, as you say, and then the next king comes. That has also happened in history. It's not elections and democracy that does it here. It's simply like a weak king is sometimes replaced by somebody who might be stronger. It doesn't necessarily mean the stronger one is a better king, but it happened, I think, in the past. Arian is pinning for this guy. I'm not sure what it means exactly, the phrase, but yeah, I think they are a couple for whatever reason. Mainly, I don't know. I would choose Halbrand. I'm not. The problem with Halbrand is he's also not a nice person if you think about it, I think. But yeah, I like Valandil. Valandil is cool. Interestingly, Isildur's son will also be called Valandil, so I think there might something attracted. Yeah, of course, that's a different cause. I like that he made the point clear that Miriel actually tried to save the brother of Earian. I'm not sure what our friend Farazon thinks about this scene. Why on earth did my keyboard layout just switch? I don't know. But yeah, Farazon, interesting character still in the show, I think. I like the actor quite a bit. Definitely, I think a good fit for the role. Have we decided? We do. Is there still? Are there hobbits here yet? No, I think not on this season. In the last stream, I think I discussed that. I think it's most likely Gandalf. It could be still one of the Blue Wizards. Radagast would be an interesting one as well, I think. But yeah, I think it will be Gandalf in the end. I'm not sure. Yeah, though it's kind of a bit difficult to say if Tolkien distanced himself a bit from the idea of this last battle or not. So who knows? And then after that, we have the scene where Medial notices she uses her thing, her bracelet as a key. In the meantime, and then she notices that her Palantir's gone, and she of course is not happy about this. Because Medial has like a big problem. Like she is definitely, due to her becoming blind, she has, I think, in of itself already enough to struggle in this context. And then she notices how stuff vanishes around her. People are kind of maybe want to throw her off the throne. People are lying against her, scheming against her, and so on. The people of Numenor, I don't know, are angry at her because of the war. The killed soldiers lost the killed sons that did not return to Numenor, and so on. Looks like a shady meeting, smells like a shady meeting, yeah, for sure. Why Radagast? Because Radagast, we don't know much about him. So he's kind of a blank page. We know Gandalf never went to Rhûn, into the east, into the far east. He went to the south and the northwest of Middle-earth, but that's basically it for Gandalf. He never went there. As a result, it would be strange to place him there. For Radagast, we know he lives at some point in Greenwood the Great, but that doesn't mean he was always there. So for him it would work better. And the Blue Wizards, Tolkien has written several names for them. Alatar and Palando is one couple of names. In another version that appear nowhere else, he calls them potentially, it's about the five guardians. Hymenar and Palikendo, I think. And then in his last writings from the 70s, shortly before his death, the Blue Wizards are called Romestamo, East Helper, and Morinechtar, Darkness Slayer. All Quenya names, so under the folks there they would have different names anyway. But Tolkien actually gave the Blue Wizards names, and in the final version of the text they actually also are successful to prevent that the forces of the east of Sauron do not outnumber the forces of the west. So Gondor and stuff like that. Now I imagine a parrot on Farazon's shoulder yelling, "The sea is always right." But yeah, poor Miriel. She has like a lot of things that happen. It's very unfortunate, I think, for her. And then they cut back to the three sitting at the table. The first cut we see is cut to Earien. Now we see all of them, but I think the first close-up is the first one is Belzagar. Whatever, kind of Earien has a focus, I think, in the scene. The scene in the bar is great, yeah, for sure. It's an interesting one. I mean, it goes more into the scheming drama type of thing. I'm still a bit skeptical of the Númenórean plot because, as said, it's such a big plot, in theory at least, that it feels a bit too big for just one season, or for just a season where also the Rings of Power are forged and have this Rings of Power conflict going on. So I'm a bit worried that if they focus too much on Númenor this season, that they kind of get in trouble again, like in the first season where they had trouble focusing on certain plot lines, if that makes sense. Miriel's actress does great work, yeah, for sure. I also agree, she's a great actress. Then we jump to the Damrod scene that comes. Oh, there is actually a dwarf scene. But I would say we complete. Is there another Númenórean scene, chat? No, there was a last one, right? No, that's not the last one. We have one more Númenórean scene. I forgot about the final scenes in Númenor. My mistake, chat. Oh man, we are 5 hours in. We still have so much to talk about, chat. I'm just too slow. I get distracted too much. Yeah, the coronation, you're right. I forgot about that. So here we have Miriel in her white robes coming for her coronation. The people are waiting. She goes down the stairs, even though she can't see, so that's very impressive, all of itself. But then, of course, when she's down, takes the hand of Elendil for a moment, but she continues. I mean, it's kind of interesting. She takes the hand for a moment. I think he then also continues alone again. He walks to Pharazôn and then to this high priest or whatever of this particular area. Like when there's one folk in all of this, that on Middle Earth that is at least a bit religious, and there's some hints toward this, it's definitely the Númenóreans. I have to say, I like the Gandalf and Hobbits line. That we don't know. It's still very set up heavy, so we don't really know where they go exactly. But I wouldn't say it's the worst. Like I find it kind of adorable to see the hobbits and the stranger walk through the desert. Like I found this. It's not that important for the overall story of everything, but it doesn't need to be. It's just there to counteract some of the more serious plots, if that makes sense. And who knows how serious their plot also becomes over time. But I have to admit, I kind of like seeing the Harfoots and the Stranger. I think Nori, Poppy, and the Stranger have a great chemistry. Where they fly off, where Nori, Poppy, and fly off to Oz was pretty funny. I like that scene as well. I also like the actors there, so I don't mind that story. Yeah, I think the show heavily hints towards the study. So Fellowship of Fans for sure right there when they counted the points that speak for Gandalf. And yeah, she goes to this, let's call him priest or whatever. Let me see what Amazon, the show actually, in the thing there, what this dude is called. Very curious about that. High Priest is he titled in the X-ray thing of Amazon. William Chubb is playing him. This scene here has just far too many interesting details, I think. So here we have him. There's something written on his robes, chat. You know what that means. We have to spend an hour to read it. At least some of it. First letter, I'm not 100% sure. Could be the same letter as the last one. What is the last letter, chat? Is this supposed to be an S, or do I maybe have it wrong way? It's an T or something? I think the real thing is an omen for the right to rule, but they came down and didn't bite Pirate Dude's head off, so it doesn't make sense, usurper and all. Yeah. High Sparrow. Seems to me the implication is the eagle arrived to bless the rightful coronation and Farazone co-opted it. Yeah, kind of. Sept is going to boom. It is seemingly for Manwith's it's just not seemly for Manwith's servants to bite Númenórean nobility's heads off. No matter the silly twit waving his arms at the dangerous giant raptor. I've watched the movies and read or listened to the books. Some anyway, Retained Glass. Like Radagast the most in the War in the North game. But whatever, we need to read this here, chat. So, the second letter, though, that's easier to read, should be an I. In. And then we have this last letter again, where I'm not sure what letter this is supposed to be. Maybe a K. Ink. King. King would be a strange word. I-N-K. King. D-H. The. Okay. I can't read the rest, unfortunately, chat. The. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a K or something. Exactly. I'm trying to read what's on the priest sash. The first letter I can't read because this object is in front of it. I assume it could be the same letter as the other letter. After that is an I. Then we have an N. And then this weird rounded thing there. I don't get what this is supposed to mean. It could be a K. No, a K doesn't look like this. W. Maybe an L? The L would be the other way around. What is this weird letter? Not a G. Like if it could be really K-I-N-K or something, but that would be weird. Maybe it's some sound we don't know. Maybe this letter here, theory chat. Maybe this is a sound for the so it really is supposed to mean king. Could it be a D? No, it can't be a D. Kind. No king shaming. Yeah, I try. It says we are screwed. The triangle on the other side is a V. The letter before this. It's really hard to read here, I'm honest. But NG would make no sense. It's a letter with some weird thing. Rings of power. Numenor alphabet. Maybe it's a weird way to spell an S, but that would be so strange. Then it would say sins. Priest since 1999. I don't know. A to be a sh. I didn't know that. Like it looks like a fish, like a hook of a fishing rod. The only letter that looks remotely like this is an S or an K. The problem with the K is it's the wrong way around, so it must be an S. That could. Let's pretend it's. Is it the wrong way around? No, it's not. It's right. So if it's an S, it could be an S, a weird form of an S. Then it would mean sins. So it could mean phonetically sins. Something like this. It could be the sins or something like this. I'm not sure. I mean, we could. I have an idea, chat. We could double check the letter from the map. Remember when we were looking at the map 4 hours ago? Yeah, here it is again. Do you think that's the same letter as here? This here is south. That is an S. What's even going on in chat? I know we're streaming for 6 hours, but come on, a bit of concentration. I don't know, man. Shit gets weird these days. What on earth is going on here? We need to focus on what this letter is. I think it's an S. Would be my guess. So since the what could this other letter be? This is, I think, a T. Yeah, it's. What could the vowel? I would expect a vowel, so it's still something. Stars, maybe. The next letter is pretty hard to recognize, if I'm honest. It could be an A. We had to see. F? I have no idea, chat. It's too hard to read the other stuff on this rope. Since the is what I'm reading here. Other stuff I can't read, but really hard to tell, chat. I'm not sure if there will be a better shot for that. I don't know. Maybe I have to re-record the episode. Maybe I get a bit more better resolution. Oh, Julius Berger, welcome. What are you trying to figure out? I'm gladly gonna try with you if they just stop typing about this stuff. What? Just tuned in, yeah, exactly. Made the call. The fee is an H, so how are we going to do this, chat? Studio mode off. That's wrong. No, actually forgot to turn this here on. This fee here is an H. This sound is an or an E sound. So this is a D. So DHE means the DHE is the voiced TH sound of the English language. This could mean from here to like C, this is an I think. This is the N. This is another S. I assume this also is an S. So then this would mean since. It could also mean, if this is a K or something, it could mean kins. Sins or kins, something like that. I assume this is an S. This here I can't read. There's another the. Here's an S. This is a T. I can't read this letter here because the vision is blocked. Here's a V. I don't know what this here all is. It's a bit difficult to see, to be honest. Times. So yeah, I don't know exactly, but we at least figured out some stuff here. Maybe I can make a better screenshot of that at some point. But yeah, let's move on, chat. Maybe on Discord or something we can look deeper into this. I'm very focused. Awesome. So yeah, this guy, the High Priest, helps Miriel, and I think it is about for her to grab the scepter. Here she is, and then somebody shouts into the room. Miriel is prepared and to answer, of course. And yeah, tries to convince the people. Because she's kind of getting used to treated not well. Oh, here we can maybe see it better actually in this shot. I don't understand the letter, but it doesn't mean it's not possible to decipher it. What letter could this be? Hä? Now I'm curious, but I also don't get it. Wait a moment, chat. I have no idea what this weird line there is supposed to be. Huh. It's not an R? Chat, why is it always so complicated to find out things? It could be a Z. It makes no sense. Like, I can't make any rhyme out of this part on his rope. I'm not even sure if you can see it, but yeah, you see it a little bit to the left. I can see it a bit better on a different image or a different frame. So just in case you wonder, what is he even looking at? Doesn't matter too much, chat. Let us move on a bit, else we will never get done here. So I find the deciphering of some of these writings always very fascinating, I have to admit. And then Iarien. Enters or interrupts. The coronation, and she has, of course, the Palantir, chat. I did not have that on my book. Like, I thought maybe Pharazôn found it and has the Palantir now, but that is not the case. And what is interesting here, they put her into kind of a lot of trouble because, of course, she knows that the Palantir shows like the downfall of Numenor, and as a result, it might be very important to understand this better. And yeah, but it's an elven artifact, as we know, because Feanor made those, and the elves from Tol Eressëa brought them to Numenor. There's also a question. And yeah, she basically says something like that the queen is under the influence of elven artifacts and it should be destroyed. I'm always done with episode 1 bored of my mind. Well, I think episode 2 maybe is a bit better than 1, but not by much in my opinion. So I guess it won't get any better if you don't like the episode. So yeah, she crashes the coronation even further. And her father, Elendil, is not amused. You can't destroy them. I'm not sure if you can't destroy Palantiri. I think they're potentially really hard to destroy, if I'm honest. And not only that, she even takes this unimaginable, valuable artifact in her hand and throws it down the stairs. Like a bowling ball. And her father knows that they don't have insurance. The stair also looks expensive. What is interesting though is that Elendil tries to pick it up. And I don't know, he gets kind of a shock and gets rowing around quite a bit. Like it's basically everything that goes wrong in this coronation. You could say. Like they say, no, it's not that dangerous, this artifact. Okay. Elendil just picks it up and gets thrown through the room. So suddenly it looks actually dangerous. And Elendil is like 2.50 meters or something in the book, so you don't throw him off that easily, I think. And then, yeah, a riot breaks out. And people try to leave. And this one soldier kicks this noble person. It's kind of impressive that in his armor he can get his leg this high, to be honest. It's also, you have to consider, this is a coronation. Only noble people are there. He just kicks them around. And yeah, Elarian looks and I think looks at Medial. She's still angry because her brother is potentially dead. And I don't know. It's an absolute disaster. But then Mr. Eagle shows up at the worst possible time. And Farazon stands in front of the eagle, pulls out his sword, and pretends, yeah, the eagle, he chose me. I find it a bit unfortunate because in the books the eagle can actually talk. Like here's Mr. Eagle that shows up. Looks pretty good, the eagle, to be honest. And then the eagle flies away. Farazon claims the eagle for him. Gilgalad's ears are way too big, I would agree. He also has this weird haircut that makes his ears even more stick out, if that makes sense. So the haircut is also very strange. But let's not talk about Gilgalad's haircut. I could imagine that Palantir are potentially indestructible, something. Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure. There is, like, all the Palantir, like, there's no known Palantir that gets destroyed. Palantir only get lost. Like, the big Palantir of Orthanc gets lost in the river. Three sink into the ocean with Arvedui in the far north on a ship, and so on. So there's that. Also, Julius Berger, nice to see you here. I could try to find if there's a quote in Unfinished Tales, to be honest, but there's a chapter about Palantiri in the Unfinished Tales, or some essays Tolkien wrote. Here. Note 4 of Unfinished Tales, chapter about the Palantiri. On the destructibility of the Palantiri, see page 400. Thank you. Tale of Years for 2002, also in Appendix A. It is stated as a fact that the Palantir was captured in the fall of Minas Ithil, but my father noted that these annals were made after the War of the Ring, and that statement, however certain, was a deduction. The Ithil stone was never found again and probably perished in the ruin of Barad-dûr. Okay, chat. Wait a moment. I need to get my book. Unfinished Tales. The problem is the page numbers, but the page numbers should be there as well. So, one moment, chat. Palantiri. Where is the chapter? Sometimes it's easier to do this with actual copy here. That of the digital version of it. 529 in this version. Perfect spheres. Solid glass or crystal, deep black in hue. At smallest, that's the size. Suitable, heavy but perfectly smooth, and would suffer no damage if by accident or malice they were unseated and rolled off their tables. They were indeed unbreakable by any violence then controlled by men, though some believed that great heat, such as that of Orodruin, that's Mount Doom, might shatter them, and surmised that this had been the fate of the Ithil stone in the fall of Barad-dûr. So that is what Tolkien noted on the Palantiri destruction. Like the bowling sheep as we see exactly like in Elden Ring. Okay. This guy is not very knowledgeable. Well, I would disagree with that, to be honest. It's one of the rare cases where I would say that. But yeah, we try to read a lot of stuff. We continue, don't worry, we move on. What other at 250? Yeah, there is some in the notes of Tolkien. There is in the Unfinished Tales, Tolkien made some comparison to our metric, or to how to calculate this into some units we still use today. And there, Elendil is called also Elendil the Tall, and he's like 2 meters 50, 51, something like that. He's really tall. In comparison, Galadriel is only 190, which is also really tall for a woman especially, but Elendil is just a giant, turns out. Oh, Sparta's also here. Now I finished watching the first 3 episodes as well. Awesome. Now I finished watching the 3 episode. Okay, I got this. My best guess about this scene, the eagle was coming to bless Miriel. I would also think the same. And then the eagle sees the humans are a mess, so he turns around and says, well, I'm disappointed, and just flies away, something like that. Why does it throw him around? I have no idea. Because Palantiri could be used by all kinds of people, not just by a king or some specific bloodline or whatever. Of course, giant eagles are cool. But yeah, I think Pharazôn just uses this opportunity to pretend the eagle wanted to bless him. Or say, yeah, Pharazôn is a better king. And now he has like suddenly a lot of people on his side. Very bad for Galadriel. But I would agree with Joe there. It's only briefly mentioned in the also they mentioned it in the show, some sentences, some scenes before, that Pharazôn actually, was it Pharazôn? Yeah, I think it was Pharazôn. When Miriel talked about the coronation of her father, where also an eagle appeared. And also on the coronation of Miriel, an eagle appears. Unfortunately, there's a lot of chaos there. I wouldn't say it's as bad as the origin of Mithril. The origin of Mithril is much worse, because you could imagine the eagles are servants of Manwë, and as a result, we do have a picture. Kimberly 80 is always some artworks of the Valar. Here we have Manwë, the king of Arda, basically the ruler of the world outside of Eru. And yeah, the eagles are his servants, so to say, and there's some context with eagles to Numenor as well. You could make an argument for that to some degree. So yeah, hard to tell. The eagle scene was really weird, to be honest. You kind of could approximate what they were trying to do, but I honestly couldn't tell. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. I think telling what they want to do here didn't work too well for me as well. Like, it's a scene where you debate what was actually happening. What does this mean? I find this a bit unfortunate. I feel like when it comes to setting this into a scene, they could have communicated their point a bit clearer here. Also, I don't know, it feels a bit strange. And especially eagles can actually talk. Like, the eagle could have just said something. I hoped he would say something in the show, but I didn't expect it, to be honest, because it's, I think, kind of weird when an eagle appears and starts talking. It's maybe a little bit too off for our viewing habits, and it kind of works more in the books or something. Yeah, this guy in the audience turned it around. Farazon was as surprised as everybody. That's actually true. Farazon was also standing there and saying, what is actually going on? I mean, Farazon goes slowly into his direction, to be fair. Like here in this scene, Farazon approaches the eagle. And Belsagar, it's again Lord Belsagar shouts Farazon's name. And then people also start shouting it. Yeah, and then Farazon's chances to become king, I guess, increased. I hoped the eagle would start pecking at Farazon. Yeah, that would have been nice. I knew they could talk as well. That's exactly what I was hoping for too. That's what threw me off. Yeah, I can understand that. Talking parrot, well. They made the eagles appear like a messenger, but not a sentient one. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They are difficult to destroy. One survived the fall of the stairs of or sunk and broke the stairs in the process. No, it just walked away like, I'm out of here, totally failing its job. Yeah, the eagle could have clarified this, in my opinion. There would have been ways to communicate this. My first impression as a whole, the pacing and the editing was much better. I agree on that. I like that they focus on less story arcs, lines, places, or whatever you want to call it, and per episode, and then it helps them a little bit, I think. But the story leaves many questions. I don't mind if the if they deviate from the law, as long as they tell a good story. I also hope for a good storytelling here. Miriel should just have Farazon arrested, thrown in a dungeon, literally inciting sedition during her own coronation. She's still regent at this point. I mean, the problem is if people, if the folk is on Farazon's side, Miriel would make very unpopular if she does this. Even more than she is right now. And maybe the guards wouldn't even listen to her anymore. That's also a possibility. Like, if you get usurped and you lose your authority, you're kind of toast. Question is, who is holding? Like, I would say Elendil might still hold to Miriel, but he's just one. What's he going to do against all the other people here? Maybe she has some guards, but they're just more people here, and she can't just kill all the nobles in the room and throw Farazon into prison. He just walked forward towards the eagle, and the eagle flew away, and I don't know if that kind of counts. So far, I wouldn't say Farazon did something extremely wrong. He just felt, oh, the eagle means me, and then walked in his direction, kind of. I mean, I would also have preferred if the eagle just talked and said something, which the law for that is actually there. The problem is, though, that the eagle I mean, like I said, it might be strange for viewers that don't know the lore that the eagle can talk, because it was never established in all the other adaptions. Have you already discussed who killed the messenger? Was it in episode 2, or was this in this episode? I forgot. If it was episode 2, then we already discussed it. I discussed it today, so it must be in episode 2. My tip is on the, like, we know that later the Barrow Wights might appear in the show. Ah, that's what you mean, Paul. Yeah, I think that is true. They might have only thrown the eagle in because eagles are cool and here's an opportunity. Yeah, but it's episode 2, okay? So we talked about the Barrow Wights, maybe. We analyzed that there must be at least 2 people. Like, some speculated maybe it was Halbrand himself who killed the messengers. If the people with the chains pulling these dead bodies of the messengers away, then it must be at least 2 people, because 2 bodies move at the same time. We know later that he might summon the Barrow Wights or some wights into the area. Maybe those killed the messengers and attacked them, though it's strange that they appear daylight. So that might... I mean, they don't like the sun, to be fair, so that's very unlikely, but maybe in a somewhat dark forest it works, or I don't know. Maybe because that's also something I learned today. I didn't see it, but when Halbrand swore allegiance to Adar, Adar said that he set actually some of these people free that Halbrand asked. So maybe these people he set free helped him and came with him into this direction, even though we don't see this when he rides away from the camp of Adar. But I don't know. Maybe it's those. That's kind of the speculation currently going on. Yeah, it's the same with Bombadil and the Ents, for sure. Though the Ents, you could argue, would actually make somewhat sense in context of the Second Age. Yeah, the Adar is most interesting. It's also, I think, where the biggest focus is on. Yeah, also, yeah, Medial is not a fan of the whole situation here. It's, yeah, kind of her worst, classical worst day in your life situation, I would say. Okay, chat. So with this, we have Medial, we have the Adar part we did the Southlands, we did Numenor. So all that is left, chat, is the Elvish plotline and the Dwarven one. I think they are kind of intertwined, so we cover them both. So we go back to the beginning of the show. So last episode, just to what do you call it, to catch you, or to bring you to the point why this is, we've been talking about this. At the end of last episode, Durin got this letter here. And the letter reads... Not episode 2. The letter reads the following. Durin the Fourth, I humbly request your attendance in Eregion that I might present a new offer for the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. Despite your recent misfortunes, I believe your ears are best suited to listen to this proposition. My people are in your debt, and I... something... I don't know. So he invites Durin the Fourth, Prince Durin, to Eregion. And then in episode 3, we see this actually happening. So we see this nice shot of Eregion here. Maybe I should have chosen a different one, if I'm honest. Well, it won't get better than that, so we take that shot. Eregion. I wonder how and when Celebrimbor will finally figure things out with Halbrand. I think it will take some time. Like in the books, he forges all the rings Sauron wants, and then figures out when he forges the one ring. Only then he notices his mistake. I'm very curious how they portray this in this show. And then in Eregion, our friend Durin actually followed the invitation and is there to talk with Celebrimbor and his new friend Anatar, which was previously Halbrand. I'm not sure. Did we discuss that in the form of Anatar, Sauron is kind of committed to this form? Like he can't just switch the forms in this. He has to stay in this form at all times. Did we explain this already, chat? I forgot. Yeah, well, Sauron was obliged for the cozening of Western men and elves to wear as fair a form and countenance as he could. They, the orcs, despised him and laughed at him. So he was really committed to this. But until Second Age 1600, he was still using the disguise of a beneficent friend and often journeyed at will in Eriador with few attendants, and so could not risk any rumor that he was gathering armies. At this time, he perforce neglected the east where Morgoth's ancient power had been, and though his emissaries were busy among the multiplying tribes of eastern men, he dared not permit any of them to come within sight of the Númenóreans or western men. So he really was committed. He did not want to switch out of it, anybody to know that he might have other things to do. He wouldn't even return really to Mordor for that. Oh, Joe's Corner, welcome. Nice to see you. I think during Adar's attack on Eregion, yeah, maybe. Divine Messenger Eagle shows up, give the word from on high, sees that the party has degenerated into a mess. Oh, heck. With this, I'm going back to the nest for a beer. Screw my message. Yeah, kind of. Explain the incarnation of the yes, you did the incarnation of the... Okay, we did this. And the shape-shifting. Is his Durin the force next to Anatar? Yes, it is. He's also standing there having a drink. So I was watching Michigan game. Hope you had fun with that. So yeah, Durin followed the invitation, and Celebrimbor tries to convince them to get these rings and stuff. So rings for Mithril. Let me see. Next screenshot. So we move you on a little bit. But Durin the Fourth is suspicious. And raises an eyebrow. I like that scene, kind of. Especially, like, this scene's actually kind of funny, in my opinion, because later he talks to Anatar. This scene is actually fantastic, in my opinion. Let me just show it to you. So he talks to Anatar, and I like how he says, yeah, but they talk a bit about Elrond, and how Elrond said that he's the wisest of the dwarf. In this moment, Durin knows he's lying, because Elrond would never say that. He potentially underestimates, like, I think Anatar / Halbrand / Sauron is not aware how deep the friendship between Elrond and Durin goes, and that they know each other simply too well. And he is not only, he was suspicious before, but he gets more and more suspicious all the time. Which I find funny, because Durin is sometimes, like, not portrayed as a very wise character, but he actually seems to also not trust him. I would not say look through his disguise, but kind of look through his friendly words and know this guy is not telling the truth. There's something fishy about this guy. I don't trust him. And that I really liked. Also, Lord Sauron is here. Have all passages blocked off in the dwarves? You mean in Moria? How do they breathing? Only the shafts for the sunlight are blocked, not all the not the exit. Also, I think there is enough, like, it's massive. There's enough air in the mountain. Positive, they gave a solution how Celebrimbor fell for Sauron, and is changed into his Anatar form. It was little contrived and over the top, but better than expected. Yeah, I still find it a bit strange the way they set it up. That Galadriel didn't tell, like, this only works when Celebrimbor does not know that Halbrand is Sauron. This message never reached Celebrimbor, and I find this very out of character for Galadriel, if I'm honest. I like the implication that Sauron doesn't really understand dwarves, foreshadowing for the rings not working for them. Yeah, that's a good point, Amazing Bad Boy. As we know from the books, the 7 rings of the dwarves make them a little bit more greedy, so they have a negative influence, but he can't control the dwarves. They are simply too stubborn for his mind. It's kind of hilarious, in my opinion. They're just too stubborn. It's impossible. And they are hardly to be corrupt, so that's kind of cool. They did send the message, but Galadriel was in Eregion when she found out who Halbrand really is, but she did not tell Celebrimbor. She didn't even tell Elrond. Elrond found the family tree scroll and then maybe counted 1 and 1 together. So he got really suspicious there. But Celebrimbor promised to not have dealings with Halbrand anymore. And he doesn't know why. Like, nobody told him, what is the problem with Halbrand? I still think, though, if Galadriel tells me not to deal with him, that she has a reason for that, and until she tells me otherwise, he should be also very skeptical towards Halbrand. But I feel like, even though I agree that the solution is better than I expected, and it kind of works, it still feels a bit cheap, because the setup is so cheap in episode 8, in my opinion. And like I said, Celebrimbor should be very suspicious of Halbrand, and he, for whatever reason, is not. And I think that's not 100% plausible, because Celebrimbor is not a fool. Like, in the books, it is like this: nobody knew that Anatar was Sauron. Here, in this version, everybody knows that he's Sauron, except for Celebrimbor, it seems. I think, yes, they did it probably the best they could. If the setup would have been better, I think they could have also explained this better. The reaction when Anatar revealed to himself to Celebrimbor, this was my reaction. I googled this here. Even though I think she acts a bit crazy, still it's Galadriel. She's the commander of the Norse armies, and I think Celebrimbor hasn't gotten the weirdest things Galadriel did, because he lives in Eregion and only meets her occasionally. So to him, she seems maybe a bit less crazy, if that makes sense. Yeah, the rings still cause problems for the dwarves, but they couldn't be turned into rays and couldn't be controlled by Sauron. That's kind of the point. If the elves are supposed to be able to understand what the word to understand, what's the word magic? How does an elder elf not know what's happening? What? I don't fully understand, but... Okay, I now get it. I have a question. If the Elder Elves are supposed to be able to understand magic, how does an elf not know what's happening? For the elves, magic doesn't really exist. It's more like knowledge of the world, of the unseen, etc., of songs and authority and so on, that kind of allows them to do what men would call magic often. I think Galadriel talks about this later on in Tolkien's book. In Lord of the Rings. Okay, the word magic appears, no, it's just 28 times. I think I found it. So, do you wish to look into the mirror? I think that's the Mirror of Galadriel chapter, right? Yeah, the Mirror of Galadriel chapter. Frodo did not answer, and you, she said, turning to Sam, for this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean, and they seem to use the same word for the deceits of the enemy. But this, if you will, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say that you wish to see elf magic? So they have a discussion a bit about magic. So for Galadriel, the idea of magic exists a little bit less. Yeah, they definitely focused on his own ambitions and legacy and so on. Yeah, that for sure. And so that makes Celebrimbor a bit easier. But I still think he was played by Sauron a little bit too easy, in my opinion. Especially after the stuff that happened before, with Halbrand suddenly vanishing. Mysteriously, Galadriel forbid him to ever see Halbrand again, and that he might not return. And stuff like this. And then he didn't know how to deal with it. I mean, of course, not hearing from Lindon for such a long time, and the messengers basically being killed on the way, does not really help. What you said before about your son Wakenta, humans would call magic, yeah. Definitely Sauron has a power of talk and this Osanwe element, like if the other opens his heart or his mind, it's somebody who can do these transferring thoughts, almost like a telepathic transfer, then yeah, this for sure has an effect, especially if you have a powerful mind like that of Sauron. Same reason Galadriel supposedly can't go near him again. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the elves used the rings. The problem is, Spielkap, that they didn't establish enough characters in Eregion so that the rings could stay in Eregion. Instead, they had to spread them out in the show to other characters that were already introduced, like to Galadriel, Gil-galad, and so on. I mean, they introduced Círdan now as well, but yeah. So yeah, it's for them. It's not necessarily supernatural or magic. It's just how the world works, and if somebody very powerful uses it against them, they can also be influenced by that. And for Sauron, I mean, it's a good point to a way, because Galadriel should be able to see the unseen, so maybe she should be easier for her to see through Sauron's disguise, but even in Tolkien's works, that is not the case. She is suspicious of Sauron in some of Tolkien's writings, where they meet, like of Anatar, but she does not see fully through Sauron's disguise in the books as well. Nobody does. Some just know something is wrong with this guy. Círdan goes fishing with a ring. Well, he tries to prove a point with it, I think. It's less about catching fish. But I guess were kind of right. He kind of is fishing with it. Okay, where did we just stop? With our friend Durin not trusting Anatar, because he knows. He also says the same. I forgot. To whom was it said before? He spoke of you so fondly. Funny, he's never mentioned you. Didn't he say, I'm not sure if it's Durin or some other character. Wasn't there somebody who said this as well? Like, he never mentioned you. What was the context of this line in season 1? Could swear there was also a line like this somewhere. Yeah, things are still rolling smoothly here. Ahsoka. He never mentioned you. Where was this set in the first? Yeah, I like how. Yeah, I agree. Durin, I like how Durin the Fourth distrusts Anatar because Elrond wouldn't say such a nice thing about him. That's not his way. I left for an hour to mod another thing. Yeah, of course we are still going here. He never mentioned you. Durin or somebody said this also in the first season. I can't remember where it was. Maybe somebody in the chat remembers. Good thing dwarves are Sauron resistant, yeah, for sure. Celebrimbor and Halbrand talking before the Anatar transformation. But I think it's something of in season 1 or so. And he also introduced himself as Anatar. No one ever asks for ID on this show. Strangers show up and everyone just goes with it, yeah. It's a common line, but the problem is I could swear Durin also said it somewhere. Meeting Gil-galad, maybe? I don't know. I also like how Disa suggests then if they could have a moment to think over all the stuff. And Anatar is trying to say, no, we don't have any time. We have to make haste. And Kilmer, yeah, you have all the time in the world. I kind of like this in the scene. There's some interesting dynamics here. And Anatar really tries not to lose it there. I was thinking whoever that Anatar is, he doesn't know Elrond from a hole in the ground. How do you know? Because Elrond will never say something nice over me. It's I guess my favorite line in this episode. The dwarves had enough food for 20 years. I was wondering what food. Do they have salted barrels? I don't know. So yeah, this line is still absolutely gold in my opinion. Would never say something. And then it's again about be hard for him to decide about a proposal he never hears. So let's see if I find this shot. It's fantastic. So yeah, Disa is not happy that Durin is not going to talk to thinks he should not talk to his father. Let me see if I find a good shot of this scene. Probably not. These are not amused. Potentially fits this best. I like the conversation they have. These are also fantastic actors. They have jewelry to buy. I mean, it seems like in this show, Khazad-dûm is very isolated. So back in the old days, of course, they had an alliance with men, and the men would give them food, which helps them, and they would give them maybe some services for smithing, metals, weapons, and so on. I also like how Disa notices when she talks to King Durin, to her husband's father. She notices how similar, stubborn both of them are, and gets kind of frustrated with that. But I wouldn't say she talks down to the king. She tries to be respectful as respectful as she can be, considering how stubborn both are. She would talk different to her husband in comparison than to the king, to be fair. But she definitely notices parallels. I think she's a fantastic character as well. I wouldn't say she's bossy. She has to endure this enormous stubbornness all the time. That must be absolute pain. But yeah, that was a very interesting situation here. Okay, in my end, the screenshot was a bit sharper, if I'm honest. That's why he's moving. That should be better. Oh, you mean he is bossy, and I read your message wrong. Sorry. What do you mean she? I don't know, but I wouldn't say she's... But she's a cool character, I like her. She is desperately needed in this character constellation. Yeah, for sure. They can like input. It seems like dwarves don't have historically were like. Of course, they can hunt and so on, but it's a big dwarven kingdom. You need some reliable source of food that you control and so on. That also potentially works quite a bit better in comparison. Ah, that is maybe what I'm thinking, G-Dog. Thank you for that. In the first Hobbit movie, Elrond tells Thorin he knew Thror, and Thorin responds, that Thror never mentioned Elrond. Maybe that's what you were thinking of. Yes, that is potentially true, because I've seen The Hobbit 2 times after this, like multiple times at least after the last season came out. So in my mind, it's maybe from here. But no, it's a Thorin line, of course. Now I remember. So this is maybe a Thorin reference by his ancestor. Durin the Fourth should be an ancestor of Thorin Oakenshield. Though in the case of Elrond, I actually believe that he might have known Thror. Of course, she is a dwarf. Of course, she's also stubborn in a way. But that makes kind of her character, I think. This balance between stubbornness and patience. And while at the same time being also, I don't know, a character with a lot of temperament. For sure they need this as well, but of course you could imagine if like, even if it doesn't, like, of course the show portrays it like they have no food anymore, but I think further you could also see it from this perspective. If, like, let's say that makes 30 or 40% of your food supply, or even 60, if that falls away, then you still have problems, you know, even if there are also other ways of food supply. I deleted my thought about the way they would have set society. I'm not sure what you are referring to. Do you mean Disa or something? I mean, Disa is the mother of the heirs of Durin the Third, so she definitely has some standing, I guess, even among her father-in-law and her husband and so on, if they mean that. Who do orcs trade with? Orcs, like in the Lord of the Rings, there's like in a letter, not in the Lord of the Rings, there's a mention that at the end of the Second Age, at the time of the War of the Last Alliance, Sauron kind of potentially captured some Endwives, and those are growing used with in the combination with slaves. If we go on the map here, to the map, like if we go to Mordor, here's like a big sea. It's not drinkable water in the sea, funnily enough, but I guess it's still good enough for growing crops. And Nurn, as this area is called, there potentially there are crops grown. Potentially Sauron has Endwives there that teaches the slaves there how to do agriculture. So that's how the armies are fed here in this context. But yeah, back to Khazad-dûm here on the further north. And yeah, this is an interesting scene now. Let me see to set this up, chat. One moment. So Anatar Celebrimbor now does something weird. There's a saying in Khazad-dûm: slow drip splits the rock, the boulder. So give them time. And here, in this context, Anatar fears that the High King might discover them. He knows that the High King might know by now, through Galadriel or something, that he is Sauron. At some point, he has to predict that that will be revealed. So that is kind of the idea of Anatar, to make a bit of haste. That's his motive for that, which I find interesting. So it now says that the High King has forbidden to forge any more rings. And it's kind of, funnily enough, he is not lying. Like, kind of, he's just leaving something out. I mean, if you know, Sauron teaches Celebrimbor how to forge more rings, and Gil-galad does not want that, of course. But he leaves out that he is Sauron, so... And then Celebrimbor says, yeah, well, what business is it of his, how I conduct myself in my own realm? I'm not even sure if Sauron is surprised by what Celebrimbor is saying there himself. But yeah, Celebrimbor writes a letter to the king telling him that he's closing the forge. Lying to the king. So that's kind of the next scene. Very interesting one, isn't it, chat? So he now is writing a letter, and in this scene, Anatar can't even believe it himself. That it was so easy to convince him. He thinks, well, I guess that worked. Yeah, I also find it hard to believe that he doesn't know about alloys and stuff. So, I don't know. So I find this a bit strange, I have to admit. Though I kind of like how this is played and portrayed. I feel like it's sometimes a bit not elegant or a bit simple, and it feels a bit too out of character for Celebrimbor. I mean, the actors do a really good job to portray this and convince us that this might be the thing. But I often feel like, if you think about it, well, shouldn't Celebrimbor be a bit smarter than this? Maybe he should. But at this point, I guess he's so deep into Sauron's influence already that, you know, things start to work on their own. The mountains are upset, yeah, that, I don't know. there's some harmony thing going on. Maybe it's a Balrog, maybe it's Mount Doom, maybe it's a time, who knows. It's just kind of the interpretation of the dwarf that it may be maybe because the king and his son have like an argument or a strife, a feud going on or whatever, and don't talk to each other, that also the dwarves suffer. The dwarves, you could argue, maybe believe in, especially in the show, in a lot of omens of the time and so on. So, what you call, in Germany, call it Aberglaube. I think that's something they might want to add to the dwarven culture, which I think, well, why not? Superstition, is that the word for it? I just finished watching episode 3 and the dialogues are so bad, it's terrible. It's like bad poetry, on and on. I would agree that some of the dialogue is not that great, but I would say it's not the worst bit of dialogue I've ever heard, to be honest. I buy a 3D printer, I probably go full Celebrimbor and get super psyched to show off my newfound skills and probably not realize that Sauron is taking advantage of me. Maybe. Yeah, that's a problem. I agree a bit with Spielkalb there. That's the problem with Celebrimbor acted stupid. Like, not the actor, but he's brilliant. But how he's written, we have to convince ourselves that Sauron's light show took over him completely. That's kind of a bit the problem, that he loses it. I kind of like how this plays out, but like I think as soon as Sauron gets his door into the foot, basically, Celebrimbor has lost already then at this point. But I feel like it's hard to believe that it was so easy for Halbrand to get his foot into the door. Some very smart people are dumb, true. I mean, yeah, that's a good point that he's very psyched that his new 3D printer is working and he just wants to show it off, and then it's easy for Sauron to play into that, for sure. I think we're getting close to the end, right? So yeah, Celebrimbor writes his letter to Gil-galad. What happens with this letter, what is the meaning of it, we will learn later. I could imagine, you know what, chat? I think Anatar might, prediction for episode 4, I think Anatar also wants that this letter never arrives Lindon. You know why? Because then maybe the messenger who brings the letter to Lindon is asked, and what's about our message? Does Celebrimbor know? Or something like this. And then Celebrimbor basically, if they learn that's not the case, then they might come to Eregion and try to check if everything is right there. On the other side, maybe saying that he's closing the forge could be seen as a response to the letter of Gil-galad. So maybe Anatar can now read what he's writing, and maybe if he has the other letter as read as well, he can maybe conclude, well, is it worth not blocking this letter? Know what I mean? It's the flaws of humans, elves that Sauron takes advantage of, for sure. Sauron was so smart, he put your boy's store on Kilrimba's foot. Whatever I said wrong, you know what I mean. When men get new stuff, who invite people over to show off, that's true. Pride, greed, even passion for their art and creation motivation can be manipulated. I wonder whether later in the show there are moments where Gil-galad and Círdan also fall a bit into his magic. Yeah, maybe. How did he know the letter was coming? I think he could predict this because he knows Galadriel goes to Lindon, and at some point he will tell. So especially if his plan is to basically not attack but to infiltrate and manipulate Eregion, it is best that information about who Halbrand might have been does not come to this place. And he knows Galadriel knows who he is, the only one, and depends on when she might tell somebody that things are set into motion. So he has an interest that no letter arrives at Eregion at all, that there's basically no contact there, if that makes sense. It means eagles are known creatures that can see very well. So he doesn't need eyes that see very well to basically recognize that Galadriel's swords were not here in this room while they had this conversation there. That's what it means. So I agree with you that this is maybe a bit over the top and not mimicking Tolkien's style all too well, but I wouldn't say it means nothing. It means eagles can see very well, and I don't need the eye of an eagle to recognize what's going on. I think I could imagine that there are some servants indeed at work that help Sauron. We know later the Barrow-wights. I assume these are summons of Sauron. He's a necromancer, as we know. So Sauron knows how to summon evil spirits and stuff. So that could work. He might have also the help of those he freed in or let go in Adar's camp or in the Southland in Mordor. So maybe he has something there. I don't believe he has orc forces yet. So it's either men that he freed, these wights, or maybe some other creatures. It seems Sauron, it was very easy for Sauron to convince a warg to help him. So maybe Sauron found some wargs on the way and convinced them as well. I don't know. Eagle's eyes are really sharp, exactly, and can see details from far away, exactly. So an eagle can see details from far away. When, like, it's a bird that flies above, looks on the ground, and sees its prey. To see the prey from high above, it needs good eyes. But I'm not an expert on eagle eyes, so I don't know. But I remember some documentation about eagles and kind of portraying how they see. It's like a magnifying, spyglass. What do you call this? Fernglas, Google, yeah, not a telescope, but something where you can zoom in, whatever the English word for it is. Binocular, spyglass, yeah, something like this. Field glass, whatever. Eagles see also freedom. That is also an important point here. The point is, eagles see a lot. They see far, they see sharp, and they see freedom. See far away, but walks into a wall. They kind of took Tolkien's ideas into the show. Anatar did spread envy and mistrust to Lindon into Celebrimbor's mind, and he flattered him in his smithing skills. For sure that helped. For sure that helped. But it feels contrived how it's on the screen. It doesn't feel organic. Yeah, I would agree. Could feel a bit more organic, but I would still blame the first seasons. I'm also fearing that they rush this a little bit too much, in my opinion, to make it really feel organic. But some people are also saying the show is too slow for me. Like, it could be a bit faster. Everything takes forever. But some of us maybe who like Tolkien stuff like the very slow, thoughtful approach that Tolkien took to many topics and his stories, and like a slower pacing. So I think they kind of try to find a middle ground here. Yeah, I also agree. Celebrimbor's end might be the same. We talked about this in a previous stream where we had the vision. I've forgotten which episode it was. Was it episode 1? I could swear it's episode 2. Yeah, I see it. So here he gets, in this vision of Galadriel, the evil is lingering towards him and kind of grabs around him, and then it stabs him at some point. And this is kind of maybe showing that his body is shot through by orc arrows. Something like this at some point. I thought we were calling them freedom birds, no? I need to order food. I'm hungry. Get some freedom fries and fried eagle wings. And eagles on the especially the the American eagle branch. Aren't they protected by, what do you call it, nature protection conservancy or whatever it's called? I could see Sauron using a beast to take out what he considers another beast. Doesn't want to get sense dirty. Yeah, I could also see that. Oh, great, Rebo is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, we are still here. Sorry. Yes, they are protected. Okay. Understand trolls and so on. I mean, at least the bot works. Yes, I like the sword for topics, but I do not need 10 minutes of Black Sauron. They often lose a lot of time with the Month and the Wizard. With the Moth and the Wizard. Easily 5 minutes until they appear. That is, I guess, true. But since the show is very expensive, they also like somebody said, some people like to show off when they get something new, and they have all these talented visual effect artists and special effect people, and they want to show off what they can do, and so they create a lot of moss. Was it Galadriel's vision? I think it was. It was Galadriel's vision. The cut is to Galadriel playing with her ring, and later she says, "My ability to see the future is kind of enhanced." I'm paraphrasing it here. Other countries eat chicken wings, we eat eagle wings. Much larger, that's why we are fat. I think they are doing well. Remember, they don't have movie resources here, even though the show is expensive for a show. They're also working with much harder material to adapt. Yeah, that's also, I think, true. So to be fair, there are some pretty impressive movies for also, like, for 2 episodes, if you calculate the amount of money they potentially have for those. There are some movies that are pretty good that it did cost less than 2 episodes of Rings of Power, and that's also 2 hours. I'm a bit worried that I miss here a lot of stuff in chat, so I scroll down. I was wrong that it was Celebrimbos, it was Galadriel's. Yeah, I would also say it's Galadriel's vision there. So we have to move on a little bit, chat, else we never finish. So next we see Isildur. We already discussed the Isildur stuff completely. Long section here with Bronwyn that we could also show the actress of Bronwyn. I forgot to show that there's like a little, what do you call it, flashback towards her. Very unfortunate. It was not the most interesting story, but I was curious where the showrunners would go with this idea of a man elf, of female elf, like a female of men and a male elf love story thing. Even though I would also criticize it a bit because that is not the story. That was Bronwyn, in case people wonder who was that again. But yeah, it's a different topic. Now I have to see is there any more dwarven action? Yeah, there is more dwarven action. Durin has to now do some important stuff. So next we are back in Khazad Dûm, and there Na'vi has to answer, is on the way to the king and has to answer several people there. And there's some interesting dialogue lines as well. which I found very interesting. Navi, Navi, tell the king about the weens. What does this mean even? Just let me change the subtitles to German really quick. Filmkönig von den... ... Das is in the German version that's not translated. Like, it's the German translator said, what are the weens? Can somebody in chat tell me what this sentence means? Tell the king about the weens, something like that. What does this mean? I'm German, yes. Wiener Schnitzel, I don't know. Wiener Schnitzel is not bad. Navi, Navi, erzähl dem König von den ... That's the German translation of it. They didn't translate the last word as well. They thought, what do they mean? I'm American but live in Asia. They won't let me fly back unless it's a cargo plane because of my weight. No idea what the weens are. Maybe it was like a mistake in the transcript and so on. The other translator said, I have no idea what they mean. Wean oneself from or of something. Sich abgewöhnen. So don't get used to it, but usually you wean, I assume, a child or something. I don't get it. So Navi walks through. Do we see the scene already on the screen? Yeah, we see. Navi walks along these dwarves, and somebody says, Navi, Navi, tell the king about the weens or something like that. I don't understand what this means. Maybe this means that they have to... That they are hungry, that they kind of have to get used to not what do you call it? That they have to verzichten. People, don't bring me at this time at my vocabulary to quit or to forgo or to reduce eating or something like this. That they have to say, well, we don't have anything. Wayne's attack of the Wayne rides from Gondor, wrong age. Maybe it's some accent, maybe it's some slang word, I don't know. But it seems like even native speakers have not really an idea what they mean. And the German, like, it's funny, if I turn on German subtitles, they didn't translate it. Also too nice, welcome, nice to see you in chat. Yeah, constrain is potentially the word I was looking for. Navi, Navi, tell the king about the weens. The German translator said, whatever that means. We're doing what we can. I see. Like, he listens to the people. Navi, does the king know the children are hungry? Have patience. Speak the truth now. I'm speaking with the king now, it says. So now Navi very diplomatic, and also it seems like the people respect him, and they know, Navi, tell him Like, I don't know, he seems to be close to the folk of Moria and have some standing there. I also like Navi. The character I kind of find cool. I maybe imagined him a bit different, but I have to say I like him. How they portrayed him in the show so far. Ah, the short ones, maybe. Native Speaker, eingeborene Lautsprecher. Oh, bad. That was what I was thinking. Yeah, maybe that the short ones tell them about the short ones. Maybe because the children are hungry or something like that. I don't know. Whatever it means, he talks to the king, and there's some interesting dialogue lines. Like we next see King Durin III. Also really like the actor. Like Durin III really looks like a dwarf king. That works very well for me. I'm doing very well. I hope you're also doing well too. Nice. Just a bit tired from all the analyzing, talking, and so on. Just wanna shut up for a moment. Yeah, wean a child from breastfeeding, something like this. Yeah, slowly reducing them to get used to eating. It seems that's a bit strange. So Durin also the third talks to Navi, and Navi gives him like a report of what is going on. Let me just listen to the dialogue again because that helps me as well. Speak to the king in our behalf. The food merchants are outside. They're going to petition you to open the royal grain reserves. And then he says the royal grain reserves would last 3 months. So that's interesting. So they have food reserves for the king, or I don't know, they're royal for purposes like these, maybe. And the king decides to let them in. The king is not happy, of course. You can definitely see that. That the king is like, yeah, deeply concerned. So there's definitely that. But then something happens, and yeah. Durin the Fourth comes before his father. And both even. So very formal, because he's not the heir anymore, so that is his king. And yeah, he wants to talk. They have not gotten the Dwarven Ring yet, no. Both Durins are great actors, considering they can only use their eyes and noses. Yeah, that is true. Like, they, maybe through some stuff they have to use. I'm not sure how limited they are, but I know that the actors in Lord of the Rings, like the actor of Gimli, Mr. Royce Davis, not complained, but said it was so difficult because they had so little room for mimic and so on, due to the prosthetic works on their face for this role and so on. So the mask kind of they had to wear. They eat like all meals buffet while they're short on grain. Yeah, he comes before he enters the room. Here's the scene. Here you see them in front of father. It takes him a while to the bow because he's still angry at his father. And yeah, then they met in their then they have a private talk. Yeah, he enters the room. What I don't understand is a society that needs mirrors to grow food only having 3 months of reserves. I mean, it maybe depends on the day of the year and so on. Further, it's maybe a very specific reserve. Maybe there were others and they were already used in the meantime or so. We don't know if there's a full context here. I mean, they're working 15-hour shifts in the mine. So they potentially need quite a few calories every day for doing that. I also like how these two, like how Durin the Third is so stubborn that, like, I mean, it's hard times. Maybe that's also kind of depressing him. I feel like he has like a poker face all the time. Kind of. He tries to be absolutely stone cold here. And then they kind of like he already let things through that he was talking to his son in anger. And he was really angry. So yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting scene. It's also interesting though how Durin the Third though presses in this scene. Like first, Prince Durin says this. He talks about this offer of the rings from Celebrimbor, and then he asks, "Is this all you have to say?" He also notes that he's as stubborn as his father, and without Disa's help, he would not have come, I think, in front of him and talked to his father again. Also, like the actor plays it so well. You definitely notice in his eyes, in his mimic, that it's really hard for him to admit that. And then his father says, "You look terrible." I think then comes a very cool line. Miners have calloused fists. So yeah, the fists of the miners are hard. I kind of like that sentence. Yeah, I would agree though. Halflings with no work ethic, like Frodo literally walked on a task that would potentially kill him. No other one in Middle Earth could do for like, I don't know, 2,000 miles or something by foot. I wouldn't say they have no work ethic. So yeah, it's very cool scene here. I mean, I think the actor of Durin the Third, of the father, also like he has to. You notice there's a little bit of emotion, but he really tries to keep it at a bare minimum. This scene I really liked, I have to admit. That punches land hard. And then and then the father says, "Wait till your children grow up." Like kind of admitting that also the punch of Durin hit hard. And then also what's kind of cool in this scene is then his father kind of leaves and Durin that Durin, Prince Durin does not trust the power of the ring. So that also I found very cool, because a lot of people have fallen, like even the wise, for the devices of Sauron, but not Durin the Fourth. That I found is a very cool moment. But yeah, it was a pretty cool scene with those two. I also forgot to mention that Theo is treating Isildur, but I think that is not that important. And then we have the last dwarven scene. I think we are done then. In only 8 hours, chat. There's one more scene I think we haven't discussed yet. So that was the Durin apologizes to his father's scene, talks about the offer of Eregion. And then an interesting choice, something interesting happens. Especially if you consider... I think that's a very interesting situation here, in my opinion. Because it kind of reflects the problems that Elrond is facing. Elrond is also not trusting these rings. And the same is going on for Durin. And Prince Durin is not trusting the rings independent of Elrond, which I find very interesting. Like, both come to a similar conclusion, even though they are very different characters. So we then have one of the last scenes. I think it is the last scene in the in this episode. We are back into the Forge of Eregion, and it seems like they're at work making more rings again. And we have this weird mechanism, however it works, and see Anatar at work with Celebrimbor. And yeah, he's making these rings. Here he is. And what is now missing? There are multiple interesting scenes here I definitely want to discuss. I'm not sure what you people even talking about, but whatever. We are done soon. Then you can maybe relax from all the nonsense we talked here. Celebrimbor at work, maybe also a nice shot. And I don't know why this weird thing there has to rotate or anything. And then, interestingly, we get the little revelation that Celebrimbor stands in front of King Durin. So it seems our friend Durin is accepting the offer of Celebrimbor, even though his son said to him, "You are right, father. We should not mingle with the fate of the elves. You were right from the beginning." And his father says, maybe I was wrong. We should maybe help the elves. It's kind of funny. It's the same situation that Elrond has in Lindon, where he says, no, we should destroy these rings. We should not trust them. And they say, maybe we should use those rings. You know what I mean? It's kind of fascinating. I'm getting really sleepy, but it was fun. Yeah, thank you for staying so long. Sleep well, Christiane. Nice that you were here. I stabbed my toe on other days. Wish I were dead. Can imagine. I'm not sure if Celebrimbor says anything to King Durin. Oh, there's a scene where you see everything. There's like a... what do you call this? It's a very short one. Exposition shot? What is the name of this I forgot. It's too late, chat. Here it is. Establishing shot, I think I mean. Is this the name? I think it is. Yeah, establishing shot. Well, I slept for 5 hours, woke and surprised you're still going. Well, all these analysis streams were very long because I'm a fool. We spent too much time on reading some Numenorian script things. You need 3 more, yeah, that's true. But some people are able to get along with less. And yeah, in his little chest, Durin third offers Mithril. I'm kind of surprised we're already done. I think I feared we would also go 9 hours, but we don't, it seems. That's awesome. You're the man. Maybe. So yeah, here we have a little bit of Mithril. I'm not sure if something is said in this scene, to be honest. Durin usually does not talk that much. And yeah, what is interesting is it's one of the next scenes. Like he wants to throw in the Mithril himself, but Anatar suggests that he is going to do that. And this is now a very interesting one. So Celebrimbor gives him the Mithril. Then the music changes a bit. He puts it into his other hand. Some people think he might... it looks a bit like he switches these pieces out and he puts something different into the pot. Into this melting pot. Like, this looks like he does a little hand trick or whatever. But I think it's not, he's not switching the Mithril out for some other substance or something. But I think he's kind of cursing the Mithril, not cursing, but he puts his dark power influence into it. That's how I would interpret it. And when he does, we see this melting pot. Oops, that was wrong. I need to make a new screenshot for it. When he throws it in, the stuff starts glowing. You hear some voices whispering when he does this. So I assume he used, like I said, when he did this move there, he potentially, I would say, cursed the stuff, but kind of put his dark influence into the creation of this ring, into this material. And then Anatar and Celebrimbor are both happy that they made rings for the dwarves. And then the episode fades to black and the show ends. Okay, chat. So that is basically I think it's a miss a woman to a man. What? It might be true that man needs less sleep. I don't know. I can work with also little sleep, but to feel really well, I really need at least 6-7 hours, maybe even 8. But whatever. We're not talking about sleep here, chat. I think this is the last scene of the show. Did I forget any scenes, chat? This is also, I think, what I used for the thumbnail, this particular scene here. This is the pretty much the last scene we see. Both look a bit more sinister is the wrong word, but a bit focused is maybe the better word. Here they both seem happy. I mean, he also touched the evil stuff before, the mithril stuff before. So I would call them out for that stupid. Like, that's all he had to do that it counts as, oh, I touched the mithril. Well, he did this before with the other stuff as well. I call this cheating, chat. And put this a bit into the direction of bad writing. Like, what were they thinking when they made this in season 1? Next episode, all hell breaks loose. Yeah, we will see what happens. Like, I think next episode the dwarves will have, or maybe, I'm not sure if next episode or the episode after, that depends on which story parts they want to focus on next time. But I think next episode we might see Galadriel and Elrond going to Eregion and finding Sauron. Like, they're trying to find something out. And my prediction is that on their way they come to a bridge and it is destroyed, and they have to find a different way to Eregion. That Sauron basically made some preparations that it is not that easy for the elves to get to Eregion. And then they maybe have to take a detour through a forest or whatever, like the messengers did too, and then they run into the Barrow Wides. That's my expectation for the next episode, kind of. And then we have the scene where the dwarves get the 7 rings. That will also happen in the future. Yeah. And I could also imagine that Nori and Poppy in the desert, even though they flew away with the trackers that hunted them, that they potentially might also get caught in the process. And then the stranger has to freeze them or something. I'm not sure yet. Maybe the stranger meets Tom Bombadil and together they free them. I don't know exactly. I could imagine that they reference the book Tom Bombadil appearance in a way, and Tom Bombadil comes and saves the day, kind of. I could imagine something like this might actually happen in one of these episodes. Gandalf still trying to hold onto this broom. As they are enjoying their flight, hopefully. Maybe that as well. So is there any scene we haven't discussed yet? I went through this episode in also a lot of detail. We talked about potential ents might appear. Theo might be grabbed by an ent. And there's also a scene where it looks like Astrid gets hit by an ent as well, because she is also maybe one of these brandings, and the ent maybe recognizes this in some weird way and then punches her or so. I could imagine that. We have the letter of Eregion. Eregion gets... The question is, chat, will Eregion get the letter? Also, we know from the teasers... Like, we know a lot of things from the teasers, actually. First of all, I think that Miriel has to do some trial after this coronation. I don't know why exactly or what the background is, but in the trial we see the high priest that we have seen in the coronation. Maybe she has to do this to prove that she's still worthy to be queen. There's maybe some ancient trial that you can do to prove that the gods are still on your side or whatever. Something like that. And I could imagine that this we've seen the next on the... like in the 4th or the 5th episode with Miriel, and then we know from that she might meet the sea monster or something like that. I went to dinner, and 4 hours later you are still streaming. That is true. Thank you, friend. No problem. Imagine Hobbit's hairstyles after the flight. Föhnfrisur. Yeah, the wand was destroyed as well in the last episode. So, now that we are in the, let's call it spoiler section for the next episodes, like we do some speculation here. A little spoiler warning, because there's maybe one scene I want to include here that was kind of new from the teaser of what the episode 1 teaser, what might happen next episode. That was after episode 1, not season 1. Episode 1 things here. So let me just get season 2 teaser in episode 1. We'll maybe talk about this briefly as well, because now we're on the speculation territory. I still have to kind of puzzle this together. So again, spoiler warning, chat, for some stuff that might happen in the next episode. In the next few episodes, so won't go through everything, but only the parts I found interesting. So with the mentioned bridge, we have this scene here. I could imagine that this bridge maybe was destroyed by Sauron, and we see Galadriel and Elrond on their way. So there's that. The reason... Okay, chat, here's a very big spoiler, kind of. You know why I believe... There's a different reason why I believe these chains around these killed messengers of Eregion have to do with Sauron. I've seen this in also a teaser. There's a teaser where the Barrow Wights appear. So like I said, if you don't want to get spoiled or so, these are scenes from later episodes from this teaser. Just want to point this out so nobody can say it hasn't been warned. We see this Barrow Wight, and what he has there in his hand is a chain. That is why I think these Barrow Wights might be responsible for the deaths of these messengers, because there we also see a chain. I wouldn't make the argument when we had see the scene last time, because I didn't want to spoil that yet. But now that we have seen all the episodes, plus the teaser for future episodes, and we're in the spoiler section, I think this might be interesting. That's also why I think the bridge is destroyed, and they have to take a detour, and this detour leads directly to these guys, to the Barrow Wights. And here we also learn that they killed the messengers. That would be my my guess here. I think it's not the biggest spoiler, but King Durin gets his ring of power, the ring of Durin. There it is. If I watch this at night, I will have to go to hide behind my husband. Never kill the messenger. Yeah, that is true. Like we briefly talked about this. There's even a new scene where we see how Durin puts on the ring. Okay, the classical Windows nonsense again. I love it. So Durin puts on his ring. Then there's another very weird scene. Disa seems to have what looks like a palantir or something, but I don't think it's a palantir. It's some kind of cave crystal or so that she holds. But it really looks like a palantir, to be honest. Look at this. It's pretty round. At first I thought it's maybe a form of an egg or something, but it doesn't seem like it. So the dwarves also have a palantir, for whatever reason, that I find very strange. But the difference is it breaks, and we have just determined from the other thing that palantiri don't just break, so it can't be a palantiri. I don't know what's the deal with this particular thing. Maybe it's some bait for the trailers or so. It looks like she also has a vision because she reacts very intensively. Here we have an interesting scene statue in Eregion. The question is, whose statue is this? Is this a statue of Feanor? Or did they make Anatar a statue? I assume it's Feanor who holds a Silmaril, but I don't know. What do you think, chat? I guess it's Feanor, right? Holding one of the Silmarili after he creates it. I don't know. He looks sketchy. Feanor. Maybe this is a discount of the Arkenstone. That's a good call by Light Blinded Fool. That's a really good one. Yeah, the Kinslayer. They could polish the gems. Yeah, that looks a bit strange, I think. Whatever. I don't know what exactly happens, but Celebrimbor comes in the next scene in this shot out of his tower. That it would be the next scene here. We see the door there in the background, and he opens the door and comes out. I don't know why. Maybe people want to talk to him or are unhappy with stuff that happens. Suspicious. Who knows what the reason is. Celebrimbor not happy. Throws away ring stuff. So there's another interesting scene, and there's already a rat there in this place. I'm not sure if that's Sauron in disguise or not. Hard to tell. But it seems like he's trying to making some alloys or something, and it's not the result he was hoping for. And he has like countless failures with this. I don't know why. Maybe he slowly goes insane or something, and as a result, he can't get his skill. Maybe this is a time when Anatar is gone already, and after that he can't do it anymore or something. When it comes to creating these rings, would be my thing. And it seems like he's going crazy, and the rats are already there because of all the chaos. I don't know. Hard to tell. I leave out the attack of Eregion stuff. We also will know that this ring, like, it's interesting that Durin, the Prince Durin, doesn't trust the ring, and his father says, well, we should get the ring. The problem here is the same with Gil-galad. Gil-galad knows when I don't use this ring, I have to leave Middle-earth behind, and that I don't want. My people have to leave, that's not good for us. And Durin the Third knows that when he doesn't use the ring, they are also screwed. And this leads to conflict. For example, Prince Durin tries to take the ring away from his father, and he just throws him away, and in an almost supernatural manner, and so on. So that's very interesting. I think, though, that the ring will work, and this is why people believe all of this. We have also Galadriel, who is at some point captured by the orcs. I think she says something that in the lines that this is what he wants, that he attacks Eregion or something. So here she tries maybe to convince Ada to not attack Eregion. It's louder than I would have thought. Yeah, she quote her, "No, that is what Sauron wants." There's another cool scene, though. That I might quite enjoy. That is when Elendil punches Kemen in the face. Looking forward for that. Maybe she turned herself in or something, I don't know. Hard to tell how she gets captured. Maybe she's unhappy under the leadership of Elrond and says, no, I turn myself in. I think she learns that Sauron's plan is that he wants Adar to attack Eregion. So even though Sauron doesn't control the orcs, Sauron controls the one, or manipulates the one that controls the orcs. And as a result, he also controls the orcs, and he wants them to attack Eregion. So very interesting. I have to admit, sometimes in these last hours, I would have wished that the chat is a little bit more focused on the discussion about the show, but I guess after so many hours, people just get a bit distracted. Then also, yeah, Tom Bombadil has to be met. Also, I'm not sure what happens exactly, but Earien is in jail in one scene. No idea why that would be. Maybe because what she did. She looks a little bit as she fell in the water or something. I don't know. I know that either Valandil or Elendil is pressed underwater by Kemen in one scene in another teaser trailer. So maybe she helps her friend, family member or whatever, and then she also gets into trouble. Who knows? And then, yeah, Durin and Navi find sunlight. So they are kind of digging to get new tunnels to get sunlight into Khazad-dûm. Oh, wrong button. Here we have them. That will be something that happens, I assume, as soon as the ring is there. Another spoiler is Nori finds people, potentially the Sturs, which I find interesting. That's another, I wouldn't call it a shocking scene. But yeah, we know that other hobbits are around from some of the teaser material already. We have the sea trial of Miriel, or whatever it's called. Maybe she can kind of convince the sea monster to not eat her. Who knows? Also, this scene is completely new, so that's maybe, I wouldn't say the biggest spoiler. I'm not sure if that's a Stir Hobbit or not. Can't tell you, but Poppy finds a boyfriend or something like that into the direction. At least it seems like they want to kiss. And the scene before, they kind of hold hands. So, I don't know. That's definitely a new one. In the battle, yeah, we see Gil-galad, we have Durin. And that's basically it. Not the Hobbit romance. I mean, in Hollywood, it's not allowed to make films or shows without romance in it. So there must be something. Well, apparently someone managed to put her behind bars. Yeah, very curious how this happens, though. It's odd she would be imprisoned, yeah, if she is going with the new ruler or with the new ruler's son. Maybe she's imprisoned. And like I said, I could imagine it has to do with Kemen, with her father punching Kemen. Maybe, like, there's also a scene where we find Miriel, and I'm not sure if who visits who in this scene. I could imagine, because he doesn't look like in his robe, that Elendil is in prison for punching Kemen. And then also, I don't know, Eärien tries to help her father because it's, I guess, still her father. And Miriel seems to visit him here, Elendil here or something. Because I think Elendil is currently one of the few persons Medial kind of trusts. If they are also like in a romantic relationship or not, it's really hard to tell. But there will be romance, it seems. I don't know. I like the idea that flying hobbits will rescue Tom. Yeah, I could have also imagined that this happens. They fly away, maybe get captured or get in trouble, and then Tom comes and saves them. Or maybe the stranger after that meets Tom and together they go and save them. Who knows? Or maybe, yeah, the other hobbits. But yeah. So I think that's it for the spoilers here. So ending the spoiler section from here. Even weirder hobbits. I mean, Gollum is a Stoor hobbit, so of course the Stoors might be weird. I assume it's a Stoor hobbit, so maybe it could also be the Fellowhides, but I would assume the Stoors. Okay, chat, that was episode 3 analysis. Quite a bit shorter than the other ones. If I end the stream now, we are sub 9 hours total stream, though I feel like it was longer than the other streams. The chat's a bit all over the place. I'm too tired to deal with that because I'm talking here for 8+ hours straight with like a very short break in between. So I want to eat something, chat. I'm tired. I need a shower. I need to rest a bit. Now he has to eat. Yeah. It's late and people lost focus. Yeah, that for sure. But yeah, I still hope it was at least distantly interesting, even though it was a bit much. So now I have to kind of work on a summary of all of the nonsense I just told you. 1 p.m. So we are definitely a bit ahead of myself. 6 hours or something. Nine hours, heads off my friend. Thank you. Much appreciated. So I hope you can enjoy your evening, or your morning, or your afternoon, wherever you are. What time is tea time in England? Not 6 a.m., I guess. Euro says 3:30 to 5 p.m. I'm not sure if it's a trick question or the setup for a joke. I don't know. I just know I'm tired. Speaking of tired, there's one thing we could do. We maybe can find out what the actor is called that plays the boyfriend of Poppy. Tröd. Well, that's interesting. I think Gil-galad learns about the dark wizard in the east. No, it's Tom Bombadil who says this line. Okay. That's not what Gil-galad. They didn't have the X-ray here. Unfortunately, it doesn't show what the actor is called. Would have loved to see what's going on there. Don't rest under the shower. That's a good idea. I'm near the sea and the sea's always right. True. Okay, chat. So that was it for the season 3 analysis. I can't talk anymore, so that's always a bad sign. Maybe I just fire up the credits already, which I still haven't updated, so I don't know. I have to add some people manually. Shout out them manually. But definitely some people who went with a membership here. Not all that many it seems like in the new tier, but whatever. Schnake is missing, of course. Shoutouts to him. He would be in the credits if he isn't. Yeah, he is in the credits, so there's that. Don't worry. I mean, it's late. I talk too much nonsense here. That's definitely not helping. But yeah, that was episode 3. Thursday comes out the next episode. We also have to kind of shortly, like I said, discuss what's it called? The vote I did on the community tab. So in case people wonder where to find that, it is here, and I can post in the Twitch chat as well if somebody wants to vote there. So the watch party topic. Currently, we're sitting on quite a few votes for it. Most people said we don't want to watch party. Like 47% of people said we don't want to watch party at all. The other 53 though said we want a watch party, but we wanted them at different days. Most people say one day after release would be fine. So that's maybe what we try to do then next week, if possible. Either 1 day or 2 days, something like this, but after the release day. This week, though, because it is, I have to cover 3 episodes. I did just 3 analysis streams, 9 hours each, almost. And on top of that, I did a short first impressions video, a summary of season 1, which some people found funny. I hope people found this funny because there's a lot of stuff to criticize, and I could make a sarcastic summary of season 1. So there's that. And I still want to make some videos about the first 3 episodes. Maybe a summary, short version of these 9-hour streams or something. This takes time and energy. At the same time, I also need to play some Elden Ring on Twitch. So that's, of course, a problem. As a result, the question is, when do we have time for the watch party for the first 3 episodes? I would say it's just 3 hours. That's basically like one Lord of the Rings film. A bit shorter than that, if I'm honest. But with a bit of talking, we come to that. So I would suggest we maybe look all the 3 episodes in one go and do this either Monday or more likely Tuesday, would my suggestion. I hope that is fine with you, chat, that we watch the episodes together. You have to watch the episode by your means. I don't care where you watch the episode, but I can't stream the episode, of course, on YouTube, else I get copyright striked and banned. So that is not possible. So you have to find other ways to watch it. Still, I would say that, it's like always, it's a watch party. We watch the thing. It's best if you have seen the episode before, because we gotta go, at least I will talk over it and look into chat what people have to say about the scenes, and then we hopefully have a good time. I know that a lot of people don't want a watch party. I hope they don't feel betrayed because so many people voted no. It seems like it will be a controversial stream because people don't want to watch these 3 episodes together again. Who knows? I would try it out at least this time for the first 3 episodes and see how people behave in chat. Like, of course, it's not fun if people consistently say, oh, the series is so bad, I don't want to watch it, who can do this? I don't care, we're just making a watch party and watching it and, I don't know, commenting a bit on it in the best way, in a constructive manner, instead of a destructive, in a constructive way, better than in a destructive way. So that's, I think, better. I mean, making a bit of fun of the show is okay if we don't overdo it. And if people don't want to watch the watch party, you are not forced to do this. If I'm not there, can't be working. Yeah, we might start in the evening, so it might be a bit. I mean, it's still difficult to find a time zone where it's good for the United States, good for Europe, and so on. I don't know which time zone you are in, but yeah, it's time zones are always tricky in these international streaming things where a lot of people from a lot of countries watch. The people that want to be here will be, don't sweat it. Yeah, don't worry. When we started with a few more people, like, we had quite a few viewers earlier on, but that was potentially when the time zone was still better for the Europeans, I guess. And then at some point they slowly phased out, and nobody has the time to. Few people, only the best people, have time to watch a 9-hour analysis of a show, or an episode. Yeah, of course, people can pop in and out anyway. I will show you the time code again, so you know where I am in the show. Problem might be, for if you don't have the extra, paid the extra money like I have, you have ad breaks in this stuff. That's a bit annoying, I have to admit. I have ways to prevent this from happening though, but I don't know if people, we have to maybe ask this before we start the stream then. So that's the plan for this. Then maybe I get a day of rest and then the next episode comes out already. And then we only have to cover 1 episode. And there the plan might be, I do analysis stream in the evening. I try to do like some first impression video or something, like a critique, I don't know what, of the 4th episode. Then on Thursday, if possible. And then I have a bit more time. Then the Tolkien Society, German Tolkien Society stream will be on Sunday or Saturday. I think it's on Sunday always, right? Yeah, it's a Sunday stream. By the way, speaking of the German Tolkien Society, we have also on the German stream to discuss episode 3, and that will be today on Sunday at, I don't know the time though, 19, I think, yeah. It's 7 p.m., 19 o'clock. Yeah, the ones that want to be here will be, that for sure. Okay, so enough talking. There will be more content. I know some people are annoyed also by Rings of Power and that I even dare to cover the show. But I want to cover the show, to be honest, so I'm doing that. So in this regard, I wish you all a fantastic rest of the day. It is 19... I don't know, what is the difference GMT, UTC? It's GMT -1, I think. Or is it -2? It's 1 hour, it's a German time zone. So it's 1 hour before the British time, basically, the England and stuff. Now we are 1 hour further than they, right? So it's plus or something like this. UTC +1. It's the Central European time. We have this we have summer time. So it's CEST, I think. So from this, it's in less than 12 hours. That's maybe the best way to say it. Like we have now 7 here in Germany, 20 past 7 a.m. That means in 12 hours I have to stream again. Awesome. Yeah, I think it might be the UTC time +1 or so, whatever, because of summer winter time nonsense. Yeah, it's UTC +2 then. Okay, awesome. So yeah, in 12 hours on the German Tolkien Society channel, though, not here on this one. And there we discuss the same what I told you here, 9 hours in maybe 2 or 2+ hours. I don't know. We won't stream that long. Yeah, you should definitely then go to bed soon. I should definitely end the stream now. So, like I said, again, thank you so much for joining me here. I had a lot of fun, even though I feel very exhausted by now and just want to shut up for like a few hours and take a good rest. I'm also hungry, so I will eat something, I guess. Again, thank you people for watching. Shoutouts to all the people supporting here. If you haven't pressed the like button yet, feel free to do so. Maybe subscribe and I don't know, after the stream is done, maybe leave a comment or something. Would be appreciated. Recommend me further. You know, all the YouTube stuff, what people do to support. And yeah, that would be much appreciated. Thank you again for watching and see you people next time. Goodbye.